Okay, we are here, Casa Chaski. We got our live feed going. Mario Mendoza is almost 16 miles in. Hello, everyone. We are joined now by Ben Bruce, professional runner for Northern Arizona Elite, Hoka One One. This is Tyler Andrews here, and we are very happy to have Ben on the broadcast with us. Ben, just so you know, you are muted, buddy. So you can go ahead and unmute yourself and say hi.
It's saying that. Can you hear me now or no?
I hear you now. Hey, Ben.
All right. Yeah, it was saying for a second that it was not unmuting me, but I think I'm good. I can see. Looks like Mario running there. Yeah.
Yeah, Mario is he's 2 hours plus in now. He's through 30K. He's still got 70K to go. But he's trucking away there, man.
I feel for him. I did like about 30K this morning and I'm done for the day. So yeah, he's just getting started.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Pretty wild. So how are you doing, man? How's Flagstaff treating you?
It's been good. We're mountain spring, so a lot of wind on runs lately, but other than that, weather's good. We've after running solo for lots and lots of weeks, our team's now back into some small groups, just that way so people can have workout partners. And so that's been, I think, a big boost to everyone's morale, just to be able to run with a few people. We're still keeping our group small. And so the training front is good. Flagstaff's always beautiful this time of year. So all is well on that.
Nice. And what has your group's training looked like over the last couple of months? Because obviously, the Olympic track trials got postponed, and the whole track season and road race season's kind of been called off at this point until I don't think anything is happening through the summer as far as I know. So what's been kind of the MO there? Do you guys have little things you've been doing to keep yourselves motivated?
Yeah, we all various things. The people that are in shape and were ready to race, we've at least given them some time trials and stuff like that. Some people on our team did a 5K time trial, I guess about 6 weeks ago or so with the New York Roadrunners. That was fun. We kind of set up with Rory and Lauren Paquette from the team. We just picked them as sort of the battle of the sexes. So we set them up. They were doing solo time trials. Came up with like a spread. So that was kind of fun for people to follow along with. They were running 5 minutes apart on the same route. So it was just like, we did something like that. And over the next 2 weeks, everyone on our team's kind of taking a stab. There's a route in town, Mount Eldon Road. It's a 5.3 mile climb that climbs up just over 2,000 feet. And so everyone's taking a stab at that solo.
Nice.
So it's kind of like the idea of like you versus the mountain. So little things like that to just at least every 3 weeks or so have an effort that's just a hard, almost race effort. We don't want to burn people out. So when we actually get to race, they're fried. And I think throughout this, I think by later this summer, there's been some talks of just some really small niche track meets happening where they'll put on a men's 5K and a women's 5K. So they'll have 10 people in each race and the officials. And so there'll be 30 or 40 people at the track, and that'll be that. But at least give people a chance to get a hard effort in. And and I think those things are going to kind of pop up. Events like this where you kind of create something. Even when Steph and I were in San Diego visiting my parents, we had her do a mile time trial last week.
Yeah.
And she ran 4:35. And even that, just people got excited because we just had a friend videoing the race. I guess it wasn't a race. It was a time trial. I did pace her, but people just love to be able to watch someone do a race. So I think people are missing that competitive side of things. So people are getting creative, and our group's always trying to come up with new ideas. And so we have some things in the works that we're trying to get done. It's just sometimes it's at a mercy of a venue or a facility, restrictions right now. But I think that we're doing what we can, and everyone's I think in good spirits as far as our group in Flagstaff.
Can you give us any sneak peeks into what kind of stuff you've got in on the back burner?
We're trying to put together a small 5K on the track in July. We just need to get a few things finalized for that, and it would that was kind of the idea. I say it would be just a men's 5K and a women's 5K. And so just a matter of securing, every state to state, in Arizona, almost every single, I don't know of any tracks that are open, but other states tracks are open, but they have other restrictions. So it's just kind of a confusing time where it's trying to, everyone has different ideas of what they feel is safe and not. And our group we've been pretty diligent to just do what we can. And so that's one of the ideas. We've kind of run if we can't get on a track, another idea is maybe setting up our own, either like half marathon or even maybe an off distance, like a 25K or even like an hour run. We haven't, it's like one of these, like a lot of talks going on, and most of these would be more of like late July, August type of thing. So yeah, things like that, or even just simple things like in town with Strava, just segments. Maybe there's stuff like that has so many famous segments where like so many amazing runners have run. It would be kind of, some of the Strava segments here are like an absolute joke when you think about, you have great runners and then if someone runs fast and then someone tries to run faster and then someone's really putting in like an all out race effort to get one of these things. And then it's like, at what point are you like, I don't know who can get that. So just having fun with things.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's what I've been doing as well. Just trying to say yes to kind of weird things that pop up, whether it's, the segment or an FKT or, the quarantine backyard ultra back in March, or, this thing that we're putting on today, Chaski challenge. Like, just, I think that's the athletes that are going to do well this year are the people who are, like you guys are saying, able to be a little bit more flexible and kind of pivot and just like work with what's out there. That people are starting to get creative and putting on some cool different kinds of events, whether it's, really niche, small, elite things like you're talking about, or some of these bigger virtual events. I think there's a lot of cool opportunity and space that people can develop new ideas in, even during this time. So I think, obviously it's been a tough time for people for lots of reasons, but at least as runners, I think we're pretty lucky that we can still do a lot of the parts of the sport, even while a lot of things are shut down. We don't rely on getting together with a team of 50 people or something necessarily in order to be able to go out and run. Obviously some people aren't even able to do that, but a lot of us still have been able to just get out the door and go running, or, even saw people running around their yards and stuff for like 20 miles or 50 miles and stuff, which is pretty wild. But yeah, I think it's been really cool to see. Oh, Ben, you muted yourself again, I think. Ben, you're muted. Uh-oh, might have lost Ben. Oh, my setup is muting you? Hang on. Oh, I think it's because sorry, I have to unmute you. My bad. Ask to unmute.
Yeah, that was interesting because like I was trying to tell you that it's smart that you was going, but then I couldn't get back on. I heard everything you were saying. Yeah. And that just shows that running is a pretty lucky sport to be able to do a lot of these things. Whether it be, some of the races aren't going on, but we can do a lot of things on your own. I know when things were first really locked down and really hard, I just was running a lot of different trails that I never really ran, and finding a bunch of new places, even just, a few miles from my house. And that, it was kind of a different perspective, but it was good to see. And I think people will find a way to compete or put in hard efforts. And I think this really shows that as much as runners love a set race result, doing something that is a little different can still give you the same kind of satisfaction with something. So I agree that it's been cool to see, and now we get people can watch Mario run 100K on a treadmill. So
yeah, we're gonna have a whole bunch of other stuff going on here. So, but I do want to ask you about this. So I know you've done some trail running, dabbled in some mountain running too. Are we ever gonna see you in an ultra race, do you think?
I feel like part of my training is sort of like leaning that way these days, because a lot of what I do right now my training is I'll pace a lot of the NAZ elite women on some of their long marathon workouts, or I'll even pace the men as long as I can make it. When you have really top level men, and and I'm doing the pace work, and sometimes I'll make it as far. But through that, I've kind of been putting in, some like longer efforts. Like even last year I paced two marathons where I went the whole way, and just I saw the difference of running 220 something is just a little bit off that edge. And so I would finish those being like, I wonder how much farther I could have gone at that pace. I am always in awe of what people can do on really technical trails. And in Flagstaff, you can get a taste of it all, and I'll run through certain areas and I know what some of the top trail guys in the town have done. Like the Coconina Cowboys, if you're not familiar with them, like Jim Walmsley and Jared Hazen and Stephen Kirsch and some others, and they just fly through these sections. So I don't see myself, on the ultra scene doing these super crazy technical ones, but I could see myself getting on a course that is not as technical. I'm okay with the ups and downs, but it's the technical stuff that really hurts me. But 50K to 50 mile, I could see that happening. But I think right now, with my wife being in such a good spot and really running so well, I've kind of taken on the role of just really doing like what I can to make sure she's ready on race day, whether that's cooking her dinners when she's extra tired, or I became her masseuse when we couldn't see masseuses for about 6 weeks. So I was giving her massages. And so those things are just, I think, important to our family, just because she's had such a great few years recently, and she's continuing to run so well. And she's someone that right now I'm like super bummed there's not races, because she's in like phenomenal shape. I'd love to see what she could do. So hopefully she stays in that fitness and we can get on a track soon enough and she can crush a 5K or 10K or hopefully both if that happens. But for now, it's just, I just always loved racing and doing a lot of different things. Even when I was running specifically track, I would still find ways to do. I went to Xterra a few years and ran a trail race in Hawaii, and I've done a mountain race. And so I just always enjoyed doing things like a little bit out of my comfort zone. Even if that was like running a road mile, when I was training for longer stuff on the track, just stuff like that. And so I've gone from road miles all the way up to half marathon trail races to marathons on the road. And I like something about everything. So I'm sure before I'm done running, I'll find myself in an ultra in some shape or form.
Have you ever run more than 26 miles?
No, I mean, on a marathon day, obviously you warm up a little bit, but I definitely, it's one of those things like if I'm pacing Steph in Chicago and I finish the race, I'm not going to be like, hold on, Steph, let me go see if I can run 10 more miles at this pace. So, so I don't know. I feel like I'm like really itching that one of these days I should just go out and just run 40 miles or something, just easy, and see if I'm like, you know what, I don't like that. Or maybe I'm like, okay, it didn't feel that much worse than running 25 or 30. So, we'll see. Soon enough, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I mean, hey, I should let you know, I've heard word that there's a fast crew of guys that's taking a crack at the 50K mark in July at the Dome, which is where Zach Bitter set his 100-mile world record last year.
Yeah, I have heard about that. Yeah. Well, we'll see.
If you're in shape.
I'd say probably not quite yet, but hey, you never know.
Yeah, you never know. So you said you ran 30K this morning. Mario is now, what are we at? It's 2:40. So he's almost 2.5 hours in. So he's running 6:27s or something like that. He's trying to run 6:40 for 100K. So you're a pro marathoner. You've run 62 minutes in the half and 28 minutes for 10K. Like, can you wrap your head around that?
I mean, I just think that's what's intriguing about it, different distances. Like when you watch a mile, it's this intense tactical battle and people are like on the edge from such a short period of time. And then when I look at something like 100K, like you say 6:27, like I think my morning run this morning, I averaged about 6:30. I did some faster miles with the women later, but it's like, I did that in 17, 18 miles in. I was pleasantly tired, but I'm like, I could keep running. But then it's sort of one of those things like, at what point does that pace become not sustainable? And I think that's the intrigue of these longer races. It's not that you can't handle the pace. It's like, at what point will it become really tough? And at what point will it not be possible anymore? So it's like, 6:27's like, I mean, you got to hope that feels good for If that starts hurting
Wow.
at 25, at 30 miles, you got 30 that you're in trouble. If you can get to 45 or 50, then maybe you got a chance. So I don't know. It's definitely intriguing, and it's different. I think different surfaces, treadmills versus flat roads. I personally feel like when I'm on a treadmill, like 6:30 pace to me feels like I'm running like 5:30 pace. So I don't think I'm a
Really?
candidate for yeah. Oh, I've never treadmills. If I've ever tried to work on a treadmill, it feels like I'm running extremely hard.
Huh. That's
But
funny.
I know there's people that are the opposite of that. So I
Yeah.
won't be chasing treadmill records, but I'm intrigued by watching people do it.
Yeah. No, it seems like I've heard a couple of people say that, and I don't know. I wonder if it's a mechanics thing, if certain people's stride mechanics just don't work as well on the
Yeah.
treadmill, or if it's like a mental block, or maybe your people's treadmills are
Yeah.
just calibrated poorly or something. It's
Yeah.
actually going way too fast.
Sometimes the calibration, but sometimes I think it's just honestly like I'll start on a treadmill on an easy run and run 8 minutes for the first mile, and it feels like not that slow. But if I go out on any easy run, like I feel like I'm trotting along, and that's what it is. So it is what
Yeah.
it is. But anyways, I got to get going, Tyler. Thanks for having me
Awesome.
on, and
Thanks,
I
Ben.
hope it goes well. I'll be checking in throughout the day and kind of seeing how things are going here.
Awesome. Thanks, man. I'll hope to
Yep.
see you soon. We'll be in touch about heading down to Flag.
Yep. Let me know what your plans are when this is all over. I know you'll be tired.
All right, man. Have a good one. Thanks for coming on.
See ya. Bye.
Bye, Ben. All right. Thank you to Ben Bruce of the Hoka One One Northern Arizona Elite Team. Ben is a fantastic runner in his own right. Many time U.S. steeplechase championship qualifier. He's been on a bunch of world championship teams, and he is now one of the assistant coaches at NAZ Elite, and is, of course, the partner to Steph Rothstein Bruce, who was their second finisher, top 10 at the marathon trials. I think maybe was she sixth? I don't have the results in front of me. Did fantastic race there, and just a great human being, as you heard, great guy. So great to have him on. We're gonna have a few other people on during these next couple hours, but if you're listening in now, the official broadcast will start at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, so just under 3 hours from now, when we'll have our professional commentators, Marielle Hall and Chris Brown, on to lead you through the evening. And then all the fun will really start at 6 p.m. Eastern time. That's when we'll have our big races start. We'll have the men's half and the men's 50K starting right at 6 p.m. And then the women's half marathon will run after the men's half, and that will start at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. Or sorry, 7:15 p.m. Eastern time, I believe. Excuse me. The women's 50K start will be the next thing up. That will start at 4:45 p.m. Eastern time, so stay tuned for that. And we will keep you updated with splits from Mario, and we will be checking in with some more celebrity guests as the afternoon continues. So thank you guys for being here, and stick around. Keep checking in on the tracker. This stream will go silent for a little while, but it will still be live. And again, apologies for the technical delay back there at the beginning. But hopefully I'm not just talking to myself out there. Anyway, send us a tweet, leave us a comment, tag hashtag Chaski Challenge at Chaski.endurance, and we'll be sure to see your comments, and we'll try to mention them on air as well. Thank you all so much for being a part of this event. This is born out of athletes and community, and we are so excited that our race day, our big record chasing day, is finally here. So keep in touch, reach out, tell a friend about it. We are building the biggest thing in running right now, and this night is going to be fantastic. Thank you all, and we'll be back soon. This is Tyler Andrews back in here for a second. Just want to read one quick message that we got sent into the chat on our website. This is not actually sure if who this person is, but they're coming from Singapore actually. So we've got viewers and fans all around the world. This is directed right to Mendoza, written in all caps, says, "All the best, dude. I don't know if you can see this, but always an inspiration to someone doing things like these." So Mario, hope your team is listening into the broadcast. If not, we'll send that over via text to you guys as well. But you are already inspiring people, and you have still got so long to go on that frickin' treadmill, buddy. So just keep hammering, keep grinding, and we are all inspired all around the world. We're here in Concord, Mass, but we've got fans in Singapore. We've got people in California. We've got people in the UK. We've got people in Ecuador watching. This is an international event, so keep with us, guys. This is great. So we've got another question here on the chat. So yeah, if you do have questions, just send them into the chat, and we will try and get to them as soon as we can. So this is from 6'4". So no, he is not planning to switch treadmills. That is a Woodway treadmill, and it will basically go forever as far as he needs to go. So Mario will be just running on that treadmill, and that is part of our rules, which is that you have to continue on the same machine. And then if you do have to stop or switch machines for any reason, then we do have a procedure for how that happens. You have to wait until the belt comes to a complete stop, get off, and then restart. Anyways, thanks for the questions. Definitely keep them coming. We will Virginia's checking. Man, let's track time here. 45, right? No, it's 90. Is it? Oh, maybe she's early then. Well, okay. Either way, it's fine. Let's just get it out of the way. Okay, where's the? I'm gonna pull up the broadcast schedule here. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in so far. We are having a fantastic day here. Mario Mendoza still on world record pace. For anyone listening and or watching the stream, we are going to cut the stream for about 5 or 10 minutes right now. Mario will still be running, but unfortunately our video is going to be out just for about 5 or 10 minutes when we get the stream perfected for the remainder of the broadcast. The tracker will still be going on, but the stream will be out for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then we will be starting that women's race right at 4:15. So we'll be back in time for that. Thank you guys, and we'll be back soon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Chaski Challenge 2020. We are still waiting on a signal from Regina Lopez here, but we are just a couple minutes away from the start of this race. There we go. We got video now. So we are just about ready. Ladies, let's get on those treadmills, and we are going to have an on-time departure here. All right. This is very exciting. This is our first dual race. We've got Regina Lopez versus Renee Metivier. And we are now getting ready to go. Our elite women are on the starting line, so to speak. And they are off. Looks like we got a little bit of delay on Regina's side, but Renee has gotten started already. It looks like she has taken it. Looks like she's sprinting right now, honestly, but they are off. Regina is just getting started now, but if this is we are going to pull the times off of their treadmills, so the live tracker will be the thing to refer to. You do not need to worry about this slight delay on Regina's side. She's not actually starting behind. But we are getting started here. We've now got 3 of our 9 elite athletes Hello, everybody. We are here still in our pre-broadcast. So this is Tyler Andrews, the race organizer, and I am also racing in the 50K in just a couple hours. I know we got some questions about race audio. Right now, we are putting on the finishing touches, getting all of our elite athletes ready to go here. So we do not have a full commentary going at the moment, but we will have a professional commentary crew. That's Marielle Hall, 2016 Olympian, and Chris Brown, the world famous ultra runner, top 10 in Western States, top American at Terraware 100K. They will be our pro commentary crew, and they'll be coming on at 5:30. In addition, we'll have special guest Amelia Boone coming on in just a few minutes to chat a little bit about the event, what she's been up to, and then we will be preparing for our big start with the men's 50K and men's half marathon, and then the women's half marathon. So stay tuned. We've got a lot more coming up. Very exciting. Mario, he's just about to hit 40 miles. Let's see what his split's going to be. We're going to stick on just for a second to see that. Looks like he's going to be just about 4 hours and 18 minutes. So he is still right at that world record pace, just about 30 seconds off. And I know he told me personally right before the race he was planning to start picking it up somewhere in these last 20, 25 miles. So 40 miles, that's kind of the gut check time in the 100K. And he is still looking smooth there. So keep following along, keep sending in those chat messages, and we will be back shortly with Amelia Boone, and then back at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time with our professional broadcast featuring Chris Brown and Marielle Hall. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Stick around. This is just the beginning. This is the pre-race show, and we'll be back soon. All right, we are back. We are here with Amelia Boone, Chaski, friend of Chaski, Amelia Boone. She is coming into the call. We are getting her audio set up here. There we go. I'm going to unmute you, Amelia. Okay. Amelia, you there?
I am on. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah. Great to see you. Great to
Hello.
hear you. Welcome aboard.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
How's
There
it
are lots of
going?
people running on treadmills right now.
Yeah. We've got what is it? A third of our elite field is competing right now. So we've got
Yeah.
our Mario Mendoza is already 40 miles deep in the 100K. And then we've got Regina Lopez and Renee Metivier, who just passed the 5 kilometer mark in the women's 50K.
In the 50K. Oh my goodness.
So we actually have we forgot to mention this earlier in the broadcast, but we actually have a special bonus from our partner Athletic Brewing Company, which is the first to 5K bonus. So that's whichever athlete gets to 5K first. And looks like Renee is off to a steaming start here. She hit 5K in 1903 for the 50K. So she was definitely going for that bonus. Hopefully she's going to ease up a little bit now, going towards the 50K record, as that would put her on pace for a 3:07 50K, right under the current world record 3:51. So that is a substantial margin under that. That's a truly world-class time there. But again, Renee is a 2:27 marathoner, so we expect nothing less from her. But she has gotten that Athletic Brewing Company first to 5K bonus. And Regina, running tactically sound just behind her, 22:43. So she's starting out a little bit more conservatively, but still way under world record pace, on pace for a 3:45 finish. So both these women are absolutely crushing out there right now. Really amazing to see this huge stable of talent that we've got going right now. It's really exciting. But anyway, Amelia, thanks for coming on. Kind of just wanted to catch up, have some fun on. So tell us a little bit about just what you've been up to. I know you just moved recently.
I did.
So how has that been going? What have you been up to? Exploring new trails, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I definitely have not been running on a treadmill like this.
Excellent.
I just moved. I moved from the Bay Area to Colorado about a little over a month ago, and I adore it. So I'm in Golden, and it's been a great time to explore trails. And it's so funny because it's like, okay, well, like it sucks. No, we don't have racing right now and whatnot. But I feel like I'm kind of in a perfect spot because like now I have an entire summer to explore a new area, explore new trails, and everyone talks about how much there is to see and do in Colorado outdoors. And so I'm looking forward to that for sure.
Awesome. And you obviously mentioned, we don't have a lot of races going on. Now you've come to fame a lot through the OCR world, and as well as ultra running. So I guess as someone who's coming from just the running world, like what's kind of the vibe in the OCR scene? It's a little bit different. I feel like almost like the OCR would almost be easier because you're often running kind of one at a time through the events and stuff. So has there been any kind of chatter about return to racing stuff or anything like that?
Yeah, actually, Spartan I believe they're still on track to host their first race next weekend in Jacksonville, Florida, which will be interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I honestly, looking at all of this, I actually thought that obstacle racing would be the last thing to come back because it's so high touch. Every single thing you're touching with your hands. You're crawling over walls, you're crossing monkey bars, you're crawling through stuff, you're swimming in water with everybody else's crap. I mean, we always joked about forever how like our guts and our immune systems must be made of steel because just the literal amount of crap that we've been in for so long. But somebody, I guess, kind of had to go first and explore and see if racing can start again. So they're doing that next weekend. But there's no like elite waves, there's no competitive waves. It's very spread out. So there's like no water obstacles. So we'll see. They pushed a lot of races to the end of August and September, which I think then they're looking at like starting up like elite racing then again. And I'm hopeful. I think at the very beginning of this, I thought, I'm like, okay, maybe September. And it seems to be on track for that. But it clearly has to do with people's comfort levels and whatnot. So I think everyone's going to be watching closely.
Hey, sorry, I think we just pooped out our connection there for a second, but still here.
Technology.
Yeah, technology. We're hosting this out kind of in the sticks here and relying on residential Wi-Fi connections. So had a few little hiccups, but still here. So but I hear what you're saying. The OCR, it's a lot of touching, a lot of hands-on stuff. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see as stuff comes up, kind of what happens there.
Right.
So I was talking to Ben Bruce earlier, who's another runner friend, just about kind of what we as runners have been doing and staying motivated. And so how have you been kind of dealing with the motivation factor of not having a lot of certainty of what's going on or what race is coming up next? Like, I personally am always like thinking 18 months ahead, and I kind of know what all my buildups are going to look like, and definitely a creature of habit there. So is that something that you normally do, and how have you been dealing with more uncertainty here?
Yeah, I probably am in the minority and right now in that I don't well, first of all, like I've realized like I don't need a race for motivation. I feel like a lot of people are like that.
Yep.
But I also I'm super thankful for this time of no racing, because
Hmm.
if you look at my history over the past 5 years, I've clearly been an injury machine. I went through 5 stress fractures in 4
Oh man.
years. And so I never was able to build. I mean, every build up was like short and abbreviated, or like pushing to get back for something, because it's like, okay, now I'm clear to run and now I can build up, and like I don't have the mileage. So this entire block, actually, I mean, this past few months, I've really just, I started out like low mileage, and I've just been like consistently running a lot of easy running. So I'm just looking at this as like an amazing base building period of consistency, which I haven't had for the past like 4 or 5 years. And so that's been, in a weird way, it's been a really good blessing for me.
Yeah, that's a really great way to think about it, and I think I've been kind of trying to take it so similarly. I've been someone who's been like one race and then right into the next build up and then another race, and it's very easy to let little injuries kind of go untreated for a long time. I've been luckily haven't had the kind of stress fracture on stress fracture kind of thing that you've been talking about, but I've definitely had a lot of issues with just like, oh, this little thing, and then it goes untreated because then I've got another race coming up in 12 weeks and I don't really have time to take a month off and really deal with it the right way. And so this has again been for me kind of a nice time to be able to do that a little bit and just take it a little bit slower, take it a little bit more relaxed, because there hasn't really been anything super huge on the calendar. I mean, other than this event for me, which just kind of came out of nowhere in the last month or so, or even few weeks. So it's been it's been kind of a nice time. And I think that a lot of athletes who have been able to handle it well have said something similarly. Like all the NAZ elite people that I've talked to are like, yeah, we just kind of like went into a general fitness phase and just staying fit, And I think that's a great attitude to have.
Yeah, and I mean, and I think it's also time for people to explore other things. Like I've been seeing you hopping on trails and like a lot of technical stuff that you normally, like if you were in race prep for something super specific, you wouldn't want to do, or you're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't, road runners are like, maybe I shouldn't explore trails because like, rolling ankles or blah, 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 blah. So I think it gives people just kind of some relaxation to like try new things. And then also I think the goal of everybody, this I've told my sis, and I'm like, the nickel comes up, Amelia, like shut it down right now, because like you want to come out of this period when racing starts again, like healthy and ready to go.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's like there's no need to be a hero right now. And
Right.
I think that for a lot of athletes, that's good to take the pressure off. But I also do realize, I am fortunate in that like this is not my full-time gig. So I
Yeah.
do understand the pressures of, like the sponsors and race bonuses and things like that have now suddenly disappeared for a lot
Yeah.
of athletes, for sure.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And that's why, I think it's very cool to see people get creative and innovative, like, what we've tried to
Mhm.
do here, and we've seen it in other events. I think the Quarantine Backyard Ultra did a fantastic job of that back in
Mhm.
March, of just trying to find other ways to give athletes a stage, get them motivated, get them exposure, because that's really a huge part of elite athletics, is just
Mhm.
being able to get out there and compete. It's one thing to do a time trial by yourself, but it's another thing to have an actual event. Even if it's something like this, where this event was organized totally just by athletes. And we
Yeah.
ended up getting a bunch of brands on board, but it was it was kind of backwards of the normal way of doing things, where usually you would have the brands that put the event together and then bring on the athletes. And here it was like we had a bunch of athletes and we had this cool idea, and then we brought the brands on board. So I think it's been a very kind of cool proof of concept period, where it's like, hey, we as athletes actually have a lot of power as a group of individuals, that we can build something super cool, and we can get people's attention in doing that, and use our kind of collective renown to build a big platform for ourselves and give ourselves an audience. So this has
Yeah.
been just a super cool event to be a part of from that perspective, and meet all these amazing people, and now it's like it's happening. We got all these
Yeah.
people crushing world records right now. It's awesome.
It's pretty incredible. And then to see it, being done for a good cause too.
Mhm.
And I think that it is kind of a cool time for athletes to be creative, because we're seeing it now with a lot of FKT attempts,
Yep,
and
yep.
a lot of things along those lines. And that's starting where my mind's going too. I'm like, okay, when there may be no races, like what FKTs can I go after?
Yeah, exactly.
Around the Boulder area, not many. They're,
Oh
they're
yeah.
all pretty, they're all pretty stout records.
Yeah, I bet.
But but like there's a lot of like it gives like I think athletes are realizing that there's so many more ways to do cool stuff and to still be out there outside of the context of traditional racing, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think that's totally right. Yeah. Yeah. It has been super, super cool to just see, like you said, people kind of going outside their wheelhouse a little bit. Like Ben Bruce was saying, like, a lot of the guys in their team and women were just like doing these hard time trials, like running up this mountain fire road that's in Flagstaff. And it's
Yeah.
like, it's cool to see like guys who are usually like 5K track runners, like going and doing like a hard uphill, like 2,000 foot climb or something. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, I
Yeah.
like that. I think it would be nice to have more kind of cross pollination of people coming from one event and trying, like, dipping their toe in the other, and like whatever. You're not going to ask a 5K track runner to do like a super gnarly technical mountain race or something, but you can at least dip your toe and you can find something to try.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at you. When you did the Spartan Trail race, that was like the first time you'd really done trails, right?
Yeah, and I got my ass handed to me, so. And
I'm
that was
sure
like
you're
barely even
much
a
better
track
now.
race.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but anyway, so I wanted to ask you, because like obviously these guys are, everything we're doing is on treadmill right now. So
Mhm.
do you ever run on a treadmill? What's your, do you have a love-hate relationship? Like a lot of people I feel like are
Yeah.
super like anti-treadmill, who don't like treadmills, and then people who use treadmills are like, yeah, they're kind of useful. So it's like I feel like it's a very one-sided thing, where like people who don't like them really don't like them, and then people who use them are like, yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I used to hate them. I went through this phase. Well, when I lived in Chicago, I used a treadmill a fair amount because I was working at a law firm, and the only way that I could ever run was if I went to like the treadmill in our gym there, because I just was working such crazy hours. And when I moved to California, I was like, why would anybody use a treadmill? Because it's perfect weather all year round.
Yep.
So I actually I see the use for them. When I was prepping for Barkley a few years ago, I did a lot of treadmill hiking on like a 30% like grade, with those like the really big incline trainers. And then here in Colorado, I realized I'm like going to have a use. I need to get a treadmill for this winter. I realized like there is some winter running, but there are going to be days where I probably will want a treadmill. I personally I hated treadmills forever until I ran on a woodway, and I was like, oh, this is so nice. And I'm looking at them running, right? It looks like a lot of them are on woodways.
The Bend crew, so Renee and Mario are actually right next to each other, and I know they're on woodways. I don't think Regina is. I'm not sure what she's on.
Right. Yeah, but the woodways are so nice. So that's definitely so yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not like a hate treadmill person, but I would much prefer to be outside. So they're useful when necessary.
Okay, so you're not anti-treadmill. I feel like that's it. You're either kind of like treadmill neutral or you're anti-treadmill. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I do know a few people who absolutely adore them, who would prefer to run on a treadmill, than anything else.
Actually, my
hats off.
My brother is actually one of those people. So my brother, he was a high school cross country runner and still like runs to stay in shape. And he I think that during quarantine, like the last month is like the first time he's been regularly running outside in like 15 years, because he's like, he's just like the kind of guy who's like a routine guy. And like, he lives in downtown Chicago. And so it's like, he doesn't like running outside on the crowded streets with stoplight. He's like, I just go, I do my 5K on the treadmill and that's it. And it's like super easy and simple. I got my music, whatever. And then I'm done. And it's like, okay, I get that, man. Like that's how you fit it into your busy lifestyle. Like, again, it's like, I think that they have a space, they have an easy use for someone like that. And like you were saying, I think as someone who grew up in the Northeast, like I ran on treadmills plenty in the winter times here. Just days where it's like you can either go out and like slip around in a snowstorm, and especially like in Boston area where it's like the streets are super narrow, like running through slush or risking getting hit by a car on a narrow street, or you just go on the treadmill in your shorts and t-shirt and zone out and listen to a podcast or something. It's like, to me, it's kind of a no-brainer, as long as you kind of like understand what the effort means on each machine, or how to adjust it, things like that. So
I think sometimes like I realize sometimes my form changes on a treadmill, so I have to be very like cognizant of that too. And I've read studies about that too, about like you use different muscles and whatnot. But they've made great strides in technology with them. So I was have you ever run on the non-motorized ones, like the curves?
I haven't actually. I've seen them and I was kind of like, what's up with that? And then someone was explaining to me that they're
so hard.
Power generator. They're
so hard. It's like running at like a 7 or 8% incline. I used to use them for sprints when I did a lot of CrossFit way back in the day, and then we would do sprints on them. But like running steady on them would be really tough. But it's a workout.
That's what I heard. Cool, Amelia. I'm gonna have to let you go pretty soon here because I actually have to go warm up for my race.
I'm stoked for you.
Thank you. It's been really, really great to have you on here. Great to catch up. Hopefully you will join us in the Chaski Book Club.
Yes.
We've got we're finishing up Haruki Murakami's What I Talk About When I Talk About Running this month. So we're about to enter our last week of that. And then next week we will start Becky Wade's Run the World, which is a fantastic book. That will be next month. So if you're interested, check out chaski.run/blog and just click on the book club link there. Feel free to join. Totally free. It's just a fun way for lots of athletes to connect, talk literature, talk running, all that good stuff. So tune in, Chaski Book Club, and hopefully we'll see you in there, Amelia.
Absolutely. One day I'll make you divert from running novels and we'll do House of Leaves.
No, we're just getting people hooked in with the running novels, but then my dream is to have the big literary novels down the road. So we're getting people in the door, and then we're gonna have the now we're gonna spend 3 months reading Infinite Jest.
People are like, I never want to read again. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're just getting people into reading right now. We're starting with some shorter books and stuff,
Right.
but no, it'll be fun. So anyways, thanks so
Awesome.
much for coming on.
Yeah.
We'll keep in touch, and good luck with everything. Good luck staying fit
Thanks.
and healthy, and
Thanks.
enjoy all the time out in Colorado.
Thank you. Excellent.
All right.
Enjoy your run.
Thanks.
Get it.
Bye, Amelia.
All right. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the Chaski Challenge. This is the pregame show. We've got one of our two announcers here, Marielle Hall, on the line, and we are waiting on Chris Brown. Marielle, how you doing? Can you hear us?
Yes, audio's good. Excited to be here. It's raining outside, actually. It's kind of nice to be inside watching everyone compete. I'm excited for it.
Awesome. And we are still trying to get Chris in here. He's going to be our co-host. Looks like we've got Max King, who just joined the stream, and Michael Wardian, we just admitted as well. So we are getting ready for our men's 50K and then also our men's half marathon. Both of those are going to start just in a few minutes. So the tension is definitely mounting here at Chaski race headquarters and all around the world. We have got literally thousands of people watching from all around the world. Singapore, Ecuador, Spain, Switzerland. We've got people from all over the place, Thailand, and all over the US as well. So this is a worldwide event here. Very, very exciting to be a part of. And now, this is probably gonna be weird because I'm like talking and on tape delay on a different camera. But looks like we are almost all here. We've got Mike and Max. Max's video is sideways. We're gonna fix that up. And then we're just waiting on Chris Brown, the man, the legend, who is going to be our second announcer. He's going to take over for me so I can start running. But Marielle, let's just chat and get things warmed up here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what have you been up to? I know you've been out in Park City. How has your training been going out there with the Bowerman group? How's the altitude treating you? All that good stuff.
Yeah, it's good. We're coming up on our 21-day mark. So I think that's when you really start to acclimate and you're producing those red blood cells. So I think everyone's craving that 21st day just so we can start to feel some normalcy in our workouts, not gasping for breath. But it's good. It's just been nice to see the team again and for the most part healthy and so doing well. As well as we can.
So have you guys been working out as a team the last couple of months, or have you kind of been in isolation until right now?
So when we got up to Park City was when we started to meet as a group again. We actually hadn't seen Jerry for the last 2 months, and we had been like getting workouts, getting splits and that sort of thing. But from about, I can't keep track of where we are, but I want to say maybe like the third week or so of March, right at the end there, through Memorial Day weekend, which is when we got up here. We had been doing workouts, just getting the workouts through text, communicating that way. We had some team Zoom calls, so I think we're all getting that way right now.
Yeah. So in terms of kind of what's on the schedule, like what are the workouts looking like right now for you guys? Are you getting ready for some races, or are you kind of just doing base training, fundamental training? What's going on?
No, the workouts have hurt. Things are ramping up. I think despite all that's happening, we're still trying to maintain similar patterns in our training, just because that's how the body gets used to, that sort of pain. And you can't just get to race day out of thin air. So we don't quite have anything on the calendar, but I think for our group, it's been important to still try and maintain the peak fitness we would try and be in this time of year. So we've
for
sure.
All right, looks like Chris is here. Chris, you want to give us a quick hello? You're on mute, buddy, so we have to unmute him manually. Yeah, Chris, give us 1 sec. We're going to unmute you, buddy. Welcome aboard. We've got a big thing going on here. Marielle was just giving us the lowdown on our training. They're already busting chops up there at altitude. And we are getting ready to do some chop busting ourselves here. We got about 6 minutes here.
I think I'm in, Tyler. I'm here.
There you are.
All right, he made it to the show.
It's better late than never. Chris Brown.
We had some back-end technical difficulties, which is the story of my life.
Excellent.
But here we are. Happy to be here.
Yeah. So I'm going to hand it off to you guys because I've got to go finish warming up. I'm going to come back in about 6 minutes and make a quick statement to everybody, and then we will get the races started shortly after that. So stay tuned, and I'll pass it off to Chris and Marielle.
Great.
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, where are we here so far? We've got Mario, who's been on that thing how many hours now?
For I want to say what time?
5 hours and 40 minutes so far.
Okay, I see 46. Yeah.
He's been on there forever. He's going insane.
He looks like he's moving too. So.
He sure is. So it looks like, did I hear correctly that Renee just got the half marathon record en route to what will hopefully become a 50K world record? So she's going for the half marathon, and then the 50K. Does that seem like what's going on?
Yes, I think just some reports that she had got the half record, maybe slowed down a little bit to regroup for the full
Good.
for the full distance, but the half is secured.
Good. Yeah, I was gonna say that seemed like a bit of an aggressive start there, but good to know she had a plan.
Yeah, everyone's looking. I mean, form's still looking good, bouncy. I'm looking at everyone, and I've had some days on the treadmill where I'm just kind of, toppled over, but everyone looks upright and strong. So,
So what kind of treadmill experience do you have? Do you spend much time on there? Is it because it's too hot or too cold? Do you do it recreationally? What's the deal? What's your time been like on those things?
Yeah, I would honestly say treadmill during our winter altitude camp. Sometimes in Colorado, snow comes out, and just precautionary, not wanting to slip on any ice or kind of be in unnecessary on unnecessary trails. Don't want to put the track season in any kind of jeopardy. So most of my experience is about 30 to 40 minutes on the treadmill. So nothing compared to what we're seeing today.
Yeah, I'm out here in California, and there's no season that requires a treadmill, so those things are totally out of my wheelhouse. But I'm happy to talk about them. It's gonna be great.
Yes, I think that's our position today is a nice one. So I'm excited. I've never kind of been on the other side of competition, so that'll be good.
Cool. All right, I just got the feedback that my mic was a little off. I think it might be better now. Someone on the back end let me know. That should do it.
It's coming in clear for me, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay.
I think still maybe some difficulty.
Let's see here. Try test. How's my audio quality there, guys? Any difference here?
It's still struggling. Maybe
Okay.
try without the headphones. Maybe I don't know if that'll make a difference.
Okay. That should be a little better. How's that sound?
I'm hearing like little bit of buzz, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Wait.
Test. Okay. Let's see what you guys are hearing. Test. Mic test. Still not great, you say?
exit out.
Let's try that. Come back.
Hey guys. This is Tyler. I'm gonna make a statement here. One sec. Flip the camera around. Okay. I am here. How do you want to see this? Got it. Okay, so first of all, thank you guys for being here. My name is Tyler, race director, and I'm going to be running KK very shortly. Before we get started, I say any words. Maybe the first time ever, I think, I've run in this country, and even the world once or worries on one thing. The murder of Floyd was a technical tragedy. Many of us agree upon. His murder was a sympathetic problem of racism and justice reflected at all levels of society in the United States. Since that on May 25th, we've seen the country rightfully react to anger, sadness, confusion, and pain. In light of that, it may seem odd to be staging an event like this. Running and sports in general can seem frivolous at a time when so much emotion is flowing and such conversations are happening. But we hope that sports is unifying and a way to foster community and conversation. This event was built entirely by individual athletes and their human connections, and I hope that it might serve as a way for others to people from all walks of life while providing the world with something positive and hopefully inspirational. I hope that we can see tonight as a celebration of human strength and resiliency here with us around the world. As a white man of privilege, this has been challenging to write and say. As a first person normally, I've never felt at such a loss for words. But I want to assure you that this is just the beginning of a long, tough journey that we must all travel together. We are here to listen and support and not make assumptions. I'd like to finish with a short moment of silence for George Floyd, the other victims of racial injustice, and the protesters who have been risking and sacrificing their lives for change. A note directly, email or text or WhatsApp or whatever that is. So we're gonna do that.
what the modems of motivation are, but I think everybody looks to have their setup. Okay. And all right, getting some feedback that the audio may be a little bit clearer, so hopefully that trend continues. But yeah, I already see people getting well underway for this 50K. See shirts off for Mike. Decided didn't want to encapsulate any heat. That's always, I think, a challenge when you're outdoors, is managing your fluids with the temperature, with what you'll be wearing on the day. So interesting to see how everyone kind of adapts to the indoor environment. Nice. Right, we have some more information coming in. The men's half marathon, Adam Holland and John Ranieri are taking their best shot at the current record of 1:03:37. We have Ranieri coming in as the favorite, but as a track and field athlete, I know that favorites showing up on the day, I think all runners, we can agree that favorites are never a guarantee. So it's going to be fun to see how Adam Holland competes today.
All right, Marielle, can you hear me? I think I might be back.
Yes, you saved me.
Oh, there she is. You were doing just great without me. All right. So I see we got Tyler started, Michael Wardian started, Max King's going. Is he next to Mario? Is that what's going on? Are those guys all together? And Renee?
Yes.
Okay, so they're all in Bend. One of the interesting things about this is a lot of these athletes are at altitude doing this. I don't think that's necessarily by design, but more by quarantine. But I know Max and Mario and Renee are all in Bend, which is obviously not an ideal place to break a record. Is Regina there too? I think a couple of these other people are at altitude as well.
I'm not. I know that we have 3 athletes competing in Bend and maybe some Flagstaff. But yeah, I mean, I know that altitude, even if you're born living there, it's not an easy place to compete.
I think John is in Flagstaff as well. So we got a lot of altitude on these treadmills.
Regina is in Southern California, so she's where I would want to be if I were racing today.
Yeah, well, we can't all be where we want to be right now, unfortunately, but they're making the best of it.
Yes, definitely. I think it just kind of speaks to the athletes and their craving for competition that you would, you're excited and you want the challenge of going after these records at altitude.
Yeah, it's definitely, this is maybe the only time in history we could ever see something like this, where athletes are, let's say, so desperate for competition that they're willing to get on a treadmill and live stream themselves going for records that, let's face it, they might not have otherwise cared about, really. I think this is kind of a cool situation in which a lot of these really world-class athletes are attracted to something that they might not otherwise do. So unique and fun thing to watch for that reason.
Yeah, for sure. I think if we do see treadmill, it's usually an isolated situation. So to see everyone kind of, even the athletes that are in the same location that have been able to kind of match up and compete together but separate, I think that definitely adds to the day. We never really get to see everyone competing together. So I like that. It's going to be.
Yeah, and if we get a few records here, we could end up having pretty much all the distance records on treadmills fall during this quarantine, with Zach Bitter having broken the 100-mile trail or 100-mile treadmill record just, what was that, a month ago or so. Suppose we get a few here, it could really rewrite the record books. And in some cases, I think write the record books, because I'm not sure if some of these might not have really been established.
Yes, I'm in agreement that I think today will be a fresh page, not necessarily adding to. So that's. So I'm also seeing that within the races, we're having kind of records broken within, or aiming to break records within races. So I know Tyler's going after the marathon world record while still searching to complete the 50K distance and claim that record.
And then, we had Renee got the half marathon record en route, and now she seems to have maybe slowed down a bit, but she's going for the marathon also en route to the 50K. So that's a bold strategy.
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty fun to watch, though.
Yeah.
And then we have, just checking in across the board here, Mario is now 56 miles into his 100K attempt. And actually, he had spent quite a bit of this race a little bit down on the record, but it looks like he recently caught up and might even be a little bit ahead of the record right now. As far as our tracker's showing, Mario has caught and has moved a little ahead of the 100K world record pace, which is great news because he was behind for quite a while there.
Yeah, well, I think a race that is going to be 6+ hours, I'm sure he knows how to properly pace that. It's one of those events where you don't want to be too hot out the gate. Just build the momentum as the time elapses, and that looks like exactly what he's doing. So
yeah, and Mario's got some experience with this. He was at one point, I'm not sure if he still has it, but at one point there were a few guys battling for the 50K world record on the treadmill, and I know Mario had it at one point. So this is not his first rodeo, so to speak, on a treadmill. And aside from that, among the ultra running community, he's definitely known as a bit of a grinder. That guy is tough as nails. He's great in tough conditions. He's raced all over the world. So if anyone's going to give that record a run for its money, I think he might be the guy.
Yeah, and it looks kind of like an underexplored event. I'm just seeing that the record was broken 3 times already in 2020. And usually, just from track experiences, when we see that type of frequency and records go down, it means that you don't have as many opportunities to compete at that distance. So I think
well, let's not downplay what they're doing here.
Oh no, that's downplay that. I think that's just adding to the. You want to have more opportunities to compete at distances. So that's just
sure.
Just seeing kind of what this year has been a special year, and it's kind of made us be more creative, and that means putting on distances and events that we don't normally get to see. So I'm just saying.
This will definitely be remembered as the year of the year of the treadmill records. Absolutely, without question. How about your training? Has it been affected much? How have you been modifying to account for quarantine and how the regulations are where you are? Because you're in Texas, correct?
Well, no, I'm up in Utah at training at altitude.
Oh, great.
But yeah, everyone's experiencing a altered season training schedule. We're seeing I don't think we've kind of seen this type of event be translated to the track, but I think everyone's trying to figure out how to do some socially distant virtual meets where we can kind of compete separately but against one another. So I think maybe we're all watching this event today and seeing how it unfolds and how we can translate it to different realms of the sport, I guess.
Yeah. That said, keep me off a treadmill. I won't be participating in that movement.
No, but I think the treadmill is a mental grind for sure. So I'm impressed with everyone today.
Yeah. And I think the people we have on the treadmills here kind of speak to that. You can just go down the list from Tyler and Max and Michael to Sarah Hall and Renee and Regina and Mario. I would, I'm more and less familiar with that group person by person, but they all have reputations of mental toughness. So I think that speaks to the type of person who would take on a challenge like this.
Definitely. One thing to, I think even just agreeing before you step on the line, start up the treadmill, even just wrapping your mind around this is the competition you want to be a part of, says a lot about character and just mental toughness. So
Absolutely.
A lot of great athletes today for sure. Okay,
so checking back in, we have in the men's 50K, Tyler has a bit of a lead over Max King and Michael Wardian. Tyler is, in fact, it seems a little bit ahead of the marathon record pace, which a little under 3 miles into the race. That's actually interesting because of the fact that these treadmills need to ramp up. So all these athletes are required to start from a standstill, which obviously means a little bit of a slower start than you would have in a road race. So Tyler, over just under 3 miles, was able to catch back up to and in fact go past marathon record pace. So he made up that slow start pretty quickly. Women's 50K, Renee is still well ahead of the 50K record pace. She has, it seems, slowed down a bit to try to kind of match that marathon record pace. Hopefully that's what she's doing and not just feeling the effects of that hard start for the half marathon. Regina is still she's still ahead of 50K record pace, so she's looking good there too. And what else do we have going here? Mario Mendoza pulling farther and farther ahead of that world record pace as he comes up to about 5 miles to go. So it looks like the next result we're going to see is either it's going to be Renee hitting the marathon or potentially Mario finishing the whole 100K. So lots to look forward to right now.
Yes, I've kind of just been closely watching the head-to-head matchups. I didn't even think about, who's going to be first to finish just in general. So that'll be interesting to watch between the two of them.
And it looks like Tyler Andrews just secured a little bit of a bonus for hitting the first to 5K mark. Had a little confetti pop up there. So I'm not sure what sponsor gave a bonus for that, but it looks like Tyler might be walking away with either some gels or some body lube or something like that, which good for him. You love to see it.
Yes, we'll never downplay the importance of some freebies, so to say.
Yeah.
To work for it, but
okay. Oh, I stand corrected here. Looks like Ranieri collects the first to 5K bonus. And he's running 4:48 pace in Flagstaff at 7,000 feet. Just to let you know how fast this guy's going. That's wild.
And I'm seeing that Athletic Brewing Company is a sponsor that he is going to, or that provided that prize. So we're grateful for the Athletic Brewing Company, and I know, I'm not sure if he knows he secured that bonus, but that'll be something nice to hear once you hop off that treadmill.
I think if he knew, he'd probably already be off the treadmill drinking a beer. So let's suppose he doesn't now.
Yes, we'll keep that to ourselves. We're within within the broadcast, but not to the athletes. Don't want them getting. And just a little bit more about the Athletic Brewing Company. We're seeing that it's going to be a non-alcoholic craft beer. There's been a lot of I know some of my teammates, just while you're in hard training, when you're getting ready for big competitions, you kind of still have those cravings, but don't necessarily want to satisfy them with with the quote unquote real thing. So nice to see that there are some companies like the Athletic Brewing that are facilitating the need that athletes have during training.
Yeah, I've had them. They're pretty good. I'm a big fan for something non-alcohol, low-calorie. All those qualifiers to it manages to be a really delicious beer. So it looks like Ranieri is really moving here. He's hanging out at about 4:48 pace. Just for reference, Tyler Andrews, who currently has the record, back when he set it back in 2015, he started a little slower than that and then ran some negative splits near the end. I think once he got the confidence that he was going to finish and finish strong. So it looks like Ranieri's going for a bit more of a robotic pace here. And just a little more backstory on John Ranieri. 2 years ago, his personal best in the half marathon was 1:04:29, and that was his best until 2018. And that's when he switched coaches and brought his personal best down about a minute there.
Yeah, I think just speaking to the athletes mind, so helpful to have a change sometimes, even if you had everything you needed where you were, or you had resources. Sometimes just having that mental switch of a change can make quite the difference, and it looks like that's something that really allowed him to come into his own.
That's what happens with our
All right, and elaborating on prizes here. Turns out both John and Tyler are going to get a bonus, a beer bonus for being first to 5K. We split it into the different races. That's great. They both earned it. So, catching up with these folks here. Mario Mendoza's about 5 miles from the finish, just under, and he is still ahead of pace, pulling slightly ahead of 100K pace. So we should see him crossing the line in under half an hour here. It'll be interesting to see how he walks off the treadmill at that point. I'm gonna project that he's not gonna have great balance at that point. In the women's 50K, Renee still leads Regina. They're both going for that 50K record. Renee's just staying right ahead of the marathon record pace. She's just ahead by about a quarter mile. So not too much time to spare, but not too many miles to get there. So we're looking at about under 20 minutes to see if she can get that marathon record, and that's 2:42:07 for reference. That's what she's aiming for. And John Ranieri is just a hair ahead of the half marathon world record. And as it turns out, his treadmill is maxed out at the speed that he's running right now. So that's going to be a tough pill to swallow if he doesn't end up getting Tyler's record because his treadmill wouldn't go fast enough. Although I imagine that pace will be enough to get it done. So we'll see.
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of just going for the numbing the legs right away and just kind of letting throwing out your mind and just letting your legs do the work. So that's always brave to just start getting after it right away. But I think it can be an effective way to compete.
Ventured it before because why wouldn't we? So I spent this week, I did it a few times just to make sure I wasn't messing up.
How did, like, when they delivered it, like, how was, like, did you have to assemble anything? Like,
No. Everything, the only thing they assembled was the screen.
I'm still paying close attention to Mario, who's a minute ahead of world record pace, 4 miles to go. The home stretch for distance. 4 miles is a long time, but if you've already running for 6 hours, 4 miles is nothing. So I'm sure he's gaining confidence with every step, and you're gonna have to cheer him hard coming home.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of encouragement coming in for Mario. It's pretty amazing to be aiming for about a 6:40 on a treadmill. That is absolutely world-class pace.
Yes. And I saw the setup of the table. I saw some goo, some bananas, some maybe some gels, but I'll be interesting, hopefully maybe hear in a post-race interview what his fueling strategy was, and how that played out on the treadmill versus his experience with that today. So that will be interesting.
Yeah, one thing I've heard from people who try these events is that they tend to underestimate or at least miscalculate a variety of the variables. So you tend to have problems cooling on a treadmill. It's important to have a really strong fan set up in front of you because you don't have the wind blowing on you, so it's easy to overheat. A lot of athletes find that they end up needing a lot more water than they would on a road or a trail course, probably because of that heat. So it'll be interesting to see if any of these athletes run into problems down the road due to those issues. But knowing these folks, I can imagine they probably had good planning going into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, I saw the fueling table and that wasn't even something I thought about. So I'm glad that they're kind of preparing for all circumstance. But that was something that I would have maybe forgot today. So probably wasn't there.
But he reached out like a year ago. He's like, I'm gonna stay with my own thing. And then like 3 or 4 months ago, no, I want to come on board now.
I only have 2 athletes who have run that fast.
Well, Connor.
So, Marielle, have you raced any of these folks before?
I've competed against Sarah, but and I mean I've seen Renee compete, but I've never. Those are the 2 names that I that I've had the opportunity to either watch compete or compete against. So yeah.
I remember seeing Renee run at the North Face 50 miles back in 2017. I'm not sure if it was her. I don't think it was her first trail race, but it was definitely her first 50 mile. It's a stout course and always a stout field. And Renee went out hard and had a pretty solid lead about halfway through that race, which was just so gutsy. And then I think the trail world made her pay a little bit in the back half, but she still came through with a extremely successful debut in the 50 mile distance there, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, she's made, like, from what I can see, like quite a great transition from track to cross country to the trail scene. So it's hard to be that versatile of an athlete because I do think they're all completely different sports. Some will say that it's just running, but I think people with experience will always tell different. So it's been pretty cool to see her transition so well and still find ways to challenge herself.
Yeah, and that's another thing that a lot of these athletes have in common. I know Tyler, who's I think he would probably call himself a road marathon specialist, has dabbled in everything up to 100Ks. He has the world record, I believe the world record for the track 50K. He's done some trail racing. Mario Mendoza's all over the place. He's a strong road runner. He's also been on multiple world championship teams in long form trail running. And then, of course, there's Mike Wardian, who races just about every weekend of the year, everything from Antarctic marathons to 100-milers to multi-100-mile trails in all over the world. I think his most recent major adventure was setting the FKT on I believe called the Israel Trail, but something like that, multiple day event there. So that guy's all over the world. He's kind of living the dream as far as trail runners are concerned.
Yeah, I am always. We spend quite a bit of time in the summer in St. Moritz training for our European season, and I'm always just seeing a lot of trail athletes come through that way, and I'm always jealous of the places that they're traveling to and where their races are taking place. Have some pretty great backdrops.
Absolutely.
That's a perk to the job for sure.
Yeah, I think Mike Wardian has taken just about as good of advantage of that as anyone I know. He definitely knows how to get some frequent flyer miles. And then, of course, there's Max King, too. He's the American record holder in the Road 100, but he's run just about every legendary trail race out there, too. So really a who's who of the trail world here.
Yeah, we have
the running world in general.
Quite a bit of experience. Some already world record holders. A lot of experience through multiple distances. So it's quite the group.
All right, so let's check in on the scoreboard here.
Yeah.
Tyler Andrews still remains ahead of marathon pace. Again, he's going to try to break that en route to the 50K world record. Max King is not far behind him, and in fact, I'd say the marathon record is within reach. It's early yet; they're only just under 6 miles in, but I want to say Max King is sped up a little bit. And Mike Wardian is still right near that 50K world record pace too, so don't count him out yet either. Renee is just about 3 miles shy of the treadmill marathon world record. So we'll check in with her soon to see if she beats that mark en route to 50K. And Regina's still ahead of the 50K treadmill world record pace too, but it seems like she is not interested in the marathon en route. And Mario looks like about 2.5 miles left to go, so we should be seeing him get off that machine here soon.
Yes, I think that's the race that I'm right now paying most close attention to. And I think it's been hard for me personally to wrap my mind around 6+ hours on the treadmill. So I'm feeling very excited for him.
Yeah, he looks so good too. Look at him. Such a good stride still.
It's upright.
So strong.
Well, and
yeah, he's definitely speeding up. He's all of his last few miles have gotten faster. So great sign for Mario as he closes in on this deal. Can't even imagine where his head's at right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking, and he planned this perfectly. If you're picking it up at the end of a race like that, then you planned correctly, and I'm sure he's at the point where he wants to just keep going faster, so it's over. He gets to that finish line.
Probably also was really great to have a few runners start as well. So he's got Renee next to him. That must have been a great boost to have someone else jump in with him there. I can't see on the camera quite clearly, but if Max is in the same town, he's probably in the same room. So having Max jump on and start running next to him must have been pretty great too. So he's probably feeling great morale at this point.
Yeah, I feel like you can compare it to maybe in a marathon when you hit those big crowds or it's always nice to have a little momentum from people next to you, and I'm sure today just having some fellow competitors and friends with you is going to make quite the difference.
All right, and we are also just about 35 minutes from the start of the women's half, in which Sarah Hall will be blowing all of our minds, I'm sure. So stay tuned for her start. We'll have that coming up soon.
Yes, and excited to see that race as well. And checking back in with the 50K, we're right at the 5 mile mark. Tyler's leads with 5K split or 5 mile split of 26:29, and Max is in a close second, 27:18. So I wonder how aware they are, how their aides are kind of giving them information and telling them how close everyone is, or if they're kind of just letting them get in a flow state and do their.
I wonder about it, to the extent to which they're competing with each other or just really focusing on their times that they planned on running.
Mm-hmm.
We got a question in the chat room. Someone wants to see Mario's screen as the main screen until his race is over. I'm not sure if that's going to be a possibility, but we will try to spend a little extra attention on him and hopefully talk to him once his race is over. So hopefully we'll be getting a little more Mario Mendoza in your lives here as he approaches the finish line. So we'll do our best there.
Yeah, and we're just giving, if we can't get that full screen, just try and give you as much information as possible. We're noting that he had confidence enough to go out slower, and that's probably why you're seeing him just quickly tear down this record towards the end. Still looks great. A ton of mental toughness today. I'm seeing maybe some pictures they have pinned up to the glass wall. So I'll be really curious to see what they're looking at. And hopefully we'll get to talk to Mario when he's finished, just to know what he chose to focus on and how he kind of mentally got through this day.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, he just touched his treadmill. I'm wondering if he sped it up or slowed it down there.
Not sure pace, but he was recording about a 6:14, over a minute. He has a minute on the record and just over 2 miles to go. So he looks energized. I'm rooting that he picked it up a little bit, just because I'm sure at this point he wants to take as much time off that record as possible.
All right, and it looks like wish granted. We've got Mario front and center here, so
yes,
we'll keep you posted on how the rest of the group is doing here, but we'll try to keep him on your screen as much as possible.
Yeah, I think deservedly so. He takes the homepage right now.
Okay, let's see where we're at here. Looks like John Ranieri's maxed out treadmill is inching ahead of the half marathon record pace. So if he can stay up with that machine, then it looks like he will have a chance at breaking that record.
Yeah, and just to a reminder that he's at 7,000 feet. So that's something that we want to keep in our mind when we see his kind of boldness in attacking this pace. Just a reminder that he's also doing it at 7,000 feet. So that's no easy task.
That's amazing. He just ran a sub 30 10K en route here. So that's saying something. I can't do that at all.
I feel a little lactic myself just thinking about it. So yes.
Yeah, altitude's tough. Let's see what else here. All right, Mario is ahead of 60 miles. He's just passed 60 and a half. Yeah, probably just over 10 minutes to the finish for him.
Wow, I mean, I will be so curious to hear. I mean, besides the time, 60 miles on the treadmill, like I don't know how to wrap my head around that. 60 miles, I think, alone on the trails there on the road is an incredible feat, but on the treadmill right now is something special. So
Yeah, he's looking strong. He's obviously moving at a good clip. Pretty energetic looking still. The only thing that might make him look a little worse is looking to his left at Renee, who is absolutely fresh right now. So by comparison, it looks like maybe Mario's getting a little lopey there, but certainly has, from what I can tell, enough to get through the last little bit here. So doesn't seem like any signs of any fatigue that would prevent him from getting that record at this point. So good for him.
Yeah, no, I think he is definitely on the cusp of something great, and he looks labored, but he should be. I think it would be harder to watch him just be bouncing without any fatigue. So I think he's earned the right to have that little bit of lead in the legs and just kind of moving the arms the best that you can at this point.
Yeah, he's moving a little bit on that treadmill. There's also something to be said about getting that close, and sometimes I find that in those long races, my body kind of recognizes that the finish is coming and throws some physical obstacles my way at that point. Something about keeping gels down with only a couple miles to go, no matter the length of the race. The stomach revolts when it knows the finish is near. So hopefully his body's not giving him too much trouble right now, but I think he's going to get through this.
Yeah, I think that's mind body constantly playing tricks on you. So it's just a matter of playing the tricks back. So I'm sure looks like he's getting a little bit of fuel right now.
Good.
And, that should, we're hoping, carry him through.
So he's at 60.94, and he's gonna end up going to 62.20. There's some standard corrections that that are put into place for treadmill records. I believe it's 0.01, an extra hundredth or so, and I think that's because of the fact that treadmills are not always calibrated perfectly. However, in advance of this event, all of these athletes used a measuring wheel to roll out a mile on the treadmills. So all of these treadmills are perfectly calibrated. And so for record keeping purposes, everything's legit, but there is still a standard little addition that everyone's got to do. So Mario's going to end up going 62.20, and that's when he will be able to turn the treadmill off.
Yes, and we're seeing that extra 0.20 may make this record close, but I've got all the confidence. So I'm watching closely with everyone, and we're watching this unfold.
He's got 1.09 left and 8 minutes to do it. So get after it, Mario.
Yes. And then just a quick update on the men's half marathon. We've got an 8-mile split with Ranieri at 38:31, 15 seconds on the world record. So just in contrast to what we're seeing Mario do right now, he kind of went out the gates blazing, and seeing Mario kind of take the more a different approach, try and kind of rein in the record towards the end, and then in the half for the men's marathon, it seems as if we're going for broke early.
Looks like Adam Holland might be having a little trouble here. He is about a mile behind the half marathon record pace here. So we'll see if he's got something in the tank for late, or whether he's just going to grind this one out. But it looks like he's fallen off just a bit there.
Mm-hmm.
And Max King, I believe, is gaining some ground on the marathon record pace. So it could be that early, when he started the treadmill up and wasted those few seconds getting up to pace, maybe that was what was accounting for him being behind a little bit early. But He's within about 0.06, 0.07 of the marathon record pace, which would of course be en route to the 50K record, which he is ahead of at this point. So both he and Tyler ahead of the 50K world record pace, and Tyler remains ahead of the marathon record pace with Max seems like encroaching upon it. So good to see both of those guys in control and hopefully looking for an en route record on the way to 50K.
Yes, I think that those en route records are going to be key to just like maintaining motivation, right? Just picking up a little bit of strength and along the way. I think that's going to help make these long, grueling distances a little bit feel a little bit better, and you can get a little bit of early reward.
Absolutely. So Mario is has less than a mile to go. Looks like he's got about 0.7 to go. For reference, his last mile would have to be about a 7:30 to get this record, and he's been well under 7:30 pace for the last, for the entire duration of this thing, but especially lately as he's been speeding up. So it looks like this thing is well within his hands. So we're looking at less than 5 minutes left for Mario en route to 100K world record here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think 7:30 may not sound too fast, but I think after 60 miles, 7:30 might as well be 5 flat, or it might as well be the fastest you've ever moved.
Oh yeah, something about, again, the end of the race, your mind playing tricks on you. But despite having held on to a low 6-minute pace for this entire thing, Mario's probably telling himself 7:30 sounds impossible right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably trying to use different words than impossible. But for you and me, I think that's the feeling that I would get. But to make it this far, I'm sure it's only positivity at this point. Just trying to be relentless with good thoughts, and I think that's what'll get you to the finish line.
So right at about the same time, in fact, maybe a little before, it's going to be right about the same time as Mario's finishing that 100K. We're going to have Renee going through the marathon split en route to 50K, and she has a little under 3/4 of a mile left, and she is ahead of that record, the marathon record split. She's got a little bit of a gap on it too, so it looks like she's going to get the marathon record en route and hopefully continue on to the 50K. Looks like she's going to run somewhere in the neighborhood of 240, maybe 241 here. So we should be looking at both of those athletes to hit their splits right about the same time.
Yeah, and I mean, Renee looks really great right now. She's just her legs look like they're turning over well, and so I think our attentions have been so closely on Mario, but keeping an eye out on what she's doing is also going to be fun.
And Renee we see them side by side on the treadmills here. She and Mario are running almost the exact same pace right now. Mm-hmm. So in a way, they're really running together right now, which is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure we'll have to wait to hear from them, but I'm guessing that they are providing motivation to one another right now, even if it's a silent, that they're both just a silent suffering. But I'm sure that the fact that they're both there, both kind of on the cusp of something, is providing good vibes for one another.
Yeah, pretty cool to see two people side by side on treadmills setting world records.
Yeah, and I guess some track visuals, less than 600 meters to go, kind of coming up on that bell lap. We're seeing 6:31:49 at 61 miles.
Okay, so we'll see who's going to finish first. Mario's got 0.14 left. He's almost done. I think he's going to beat Renee to the line. You see that Mario's assistant there with a camera on the treadmill. Just going to get the exact time and split to make sure he stops at or after 6.20. That's why that person stepped in with the camera there for record keeping purposes. So Mario's almost there, 0.08 left. So he's looking at about 200 meters to go. Oh, and he's celebrating. Look at him. Throwing his hands up, Mario Mendoza.
On the last mile,
barring catastrophe, your new world record holder. Oh,
So
we might. I think their recording split's a little ahead of us, but it looks like he did it. He's passed 6.20.
Going down. Looks like he's
Oh
stopping.
God,
Oh, I'm still
that looks awful. And he did it. So world record, 6:39.26 unofficially, and he's sitting down.
Yes.
Maybe he'll come talk to us soon.
Hope so, but if he didn't, I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah, you're not supposed to talk to fighters after they've been knocked out, and this might not be an appropriate time to talk to Mario. So we'll see what he can do for us. Renee, oh God, I can't.
Oh, okay.
All right, Renee, let's give Renee her due. She's almost to the marathon record. 26.1 is where she's at right now. Looks like she's gonna get that world record en route.
Yes, and
as Mario steals the show.
no, I think we're both putting on a show together, so I'm sure her realizing that he's done is only gonna push her to
absolutely.
Yeah.
And once she hits that marathon, she is only about 6 miles away from finishing the 50K, so that's got to be great for her too.
Yes, 6 miles away. That's a sprint, I think, in the long distances. So she's right there.
And it looks like she's just about there, maybe past 26 point. What's the 100th that we're looking for here? I think she's at 26.27 now. The record is 240.207, so she's definitely got it. It's just a matter of exactly which 100th we're gonna call it at here.
A little fist pump from her as well.
Yeah, so she just got the world record for the marathon en route here, and now she's en route to 50K. So great to see that 2 records fall so far. And an update on the men's half. John Ranieri is about 2.5 miles from finishing this thing, so he's flying along. Again, still ahead of world record pace.
Yeah, he just kind of not looking back. He started out strong, is maintaining that pace. So I think he just brought the energy from the beginning today.
We had a question, what's the first to 5K bonus worth? I believe that was a prize package from Athletic Brewing Company. I know that was the case in that men's half marathon. I'm not sure if it was the same for the men's 50K, but at least some non-alcoholic beer from Athletic Brewing Company, potentially some other prizes there too. And it looks like Mario is going to come talk to us in a little bit here. We'll give him some time.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear his breakdown of the day. But for right now, we still have some really engaging competitions happening on the treadmills. So we're trying to keep a close eye on Renee and the men's half.
Yeah, it looks like our next finisher in terms of aiming for records is probably going to be John Ranieri in the half. And then shortly after that, Renee should be coming up on that women's 50K record.
Yeah, but in pursuit, just again, when a world record happens, I feel like you can announce it as many times as you want. She is the new marathon world record holder with the unofficial time of 2:40.55. So no matter what happens to the 50K, I think that's a good day.
Yeah, which is unique in, I know that in road races, maybe probably track races too, if you're in a race for a longer distance and you break a world record en route, you have to finish the longer distance in order for those intermediate records to count for record keeping purposes. I don't know in all circumstances if that's the case, but I know that's been the case in some. So I don't know if that's the case here on the treadmill, whether she needs to finish or not, but I think she could probably walk it in if she needed to. But also worth noting, she also got the half marathon record en route too. So not the easiest way to get a world record by starting off to get the half marathon en route, but she has proven really strong so far, and looks like she might get all three.
Yeah, I think she just is. I don't know. We'll have to wait to hear from her. But if each kind of win along the way helped propel her, or if it was hard to start off that quick, what that was like mentally, if she was nervous about it. I know sometimes when you hear the splits and you're coming through too fast, that your brain kind of does a little retreat, and you want to immediately slow down even if you feel great. So just will be interesting to hear how she battled those thoughts to kind of keep the pace hot and roll into those other distances.
Yeah, pretty cool to do it in a setting like this. I know a lot of these, most of the treadmill world records I've seen have not had the community effort behind them that Tyler and Chaski have put into this one. So I'm sure she drew some strength from having all the people around her aiming to break world records at the same time.
No,
so John Ranieri is about 3K, it looks like, from the finish of the half marathon. So he looks like he's going to be next year. And just an update on the other races. The men's 50K, Tyler Andrews still ahead of marathon world record pace en route. Max King, I still think he's closing the gap a little bit on that marathon record pace, but he's also ahead of the 50K record pace. Mike Wardian, I think, is starting to chip away at that 50K record pace as well, but it seems like the marathon record pace is a little past or a little out of his reach at this point. Regina, not to leave her out, she's behind Renee by a bit, but she is still within reach of that 50K world record. So if she puts in a little surge here, she could still run under the previous 50K world record. Still a possibility for her.
Yeah, and still would be an incredible feat. That may kind of be the nicest part about this type of competition, is she's really, I'm sure, just focusing in on herself and what she can do on the day, which ultimately is all you can ask for. So probably nice not to have the distraction of other competitors right now, and just honing in on her pace and what she can do.
Looks like we may be doing a little interview with an open race participant as well. Keep in mind that there's a whole nother side of this Chaski challenge. We had tons of open participants around the country and maybe around the globe running 5Ks and 50Ks and submitting results, both as individuals and teams. So great event for community participation and also record setting. So it's been pretty cool to see the levels on which this thing's been executed here.
Yeah, and I'll just be, again, I'm so curious to hear, if we see a difference between the open competitors and the elites, or if they approach this similarly. Just if it was what they expected, harder, easier. I think there's been a lot of talk about the treadmill, quote unquote, being easier to run on than outside, but I know quite a few people who could maybe feel the opposite about that. So it'll be interesting to hear from our open competitors.
Absolutely. Have you done any virtual races in the last few months?
I haven't, no. I haven't done any Zwift or nothing like this, but I think it seems to be like a really great motivator and a tool to just like still feel connections. I think same as everyone, it's like the beginning of all this, it seemed maybe like not a necessity, but it's kind of nice that we've been able to find outlets to still have community.
I have not done any virtual races so far. I wouldn't say it's too late to do one or two, but so far I've just been taking the time away from races to focus on training and getting some big miles and some alone time out on the trails, which has been I think really enjoyable. So, making the best of a tough situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no races for now. I've been saying it since the start of this thing, though. I expect some amazing performances next spring now that we have all these runners getting in touch with their base phase here this spring and summer. So I think we're gonna have a lot of fitness coming up after this thing's over. And just a note, we've been getting questions in the chat room and elsewhere about the results of that open race. We're going to post the results of the open event. Results were submitted, and we're going to post them online on the Chaski.run website after this event is over tonight. So those will be online and public later on, but we're going to focus on the elite race for now in terms of results and coverage.
Yeah, and then
As John Ranieri comes to about 0.8 to the finish here.
Yeah, he is moving. We're just seeing kind of some background on really what it means to compete at 7,000 feet. We're seeing a conversion of his predicted time. Could suggest, 1:03:30 could be equivalent to a 59:59 at sea level,
which is completely outrageous.
Yes. So, yes, John did not come to play today.
No, he did not, and he has almost sealed the deal. Not very far to go now. So officially, we have Mario's record in at 6:39:25. Not sure the verification process on a treadmill world record, but as far as what we're submitting, that's the time on the clock when he finished. So congrats, Mario. Hope to talk to you here soon.
Yeah, definitely hoping to talk to him. And yeah, that was the fun view. I can't say that I saw all 6 hours, but to catch that last bit was pretty exciting.
If some of you guys could actually video.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. I was thinking about I was on a run this morning. Well, I think he was running before I woke up. And I got up, had a cup of coffee, maybe a second cup of coffee, went on a pretty long run and came back and Mario was going from before I got up until just now. So pretty amazing duration of effort there.
Yeah, that is all of the things that he accomplished a lot today to say
absolutely
simply.
Okay, so John Ranieri will be our next finisher here. He is past the 12-mile mark, past the 12.5-mile mark. He's at 12.8. He's got about 200 meters virtually on the former world record, which again was I believe Tyler Andrews. I know he had it at one point. I'm not sure if it was the most recent one, but turns out that maxing out that treadmill, it looks like is going to be enough to get the record with a little bit of time to spare. Just over a mile to go. Adam Holland seems to have fallen off a little bit from that half marathon record pace, but is still going to finish in a very respectable time.
Mm-hmm.
And we are about a quarter mile away from John Ranieri finishing, so let's stay with him as he grinds through this last little bit. And remember, folks, he's in Flagstaff. He's at 7,000 feet. He's about to set a world record with no oxygen in his lungs. This is an amazing performance.
Yeah, and I can... Yeah, just 7,000 feet, I think, adds a whole new element to this accomplishment. So we'll hopefully get to talk to him.
So it looks like we're going to wait until John crosses 13.13 on his treadmill. He's at 13.06 right now. I think there's a bit of a delay on that, but when we see him get to 13.13 with plenty of daylight between his time and that 1:03:37, we will know that he has got the record. We won't be quite sure of what exactly it is yet, and it looks like he has hit it just now. It's going to be about 1:03:08, and it looks like John has got a world record, folks.
Wow, I think everyone, it seems to be a world record day. Everyone's snowball effect.
Yeah.
One for the other here.
We're 2 for 2.
63 right there.
Yes, I like the way things have started.
And 4 for 4 if you count Renee cranking through 2 world records en route to this 50K.
Yeah, I say we count it. 4 for 4.
All right, and it looks like Regina Lopez is inching back up towards that 50K world record pace. She was a little off there for a while. I thought I heard something about maybe her stopping for a moment there. I didn't see it happen. But if she did, just so the folks at home know, protocol in that case is to hit the stop button on the treadmill, let it slow all the way down to a stop before getting off. And then when you get back onto the treadmill, you have to let it speed up from a standstill all the way back up to the pace that you want to run at. So it is a bit of a logistical nightmare to take a break during these challenges. You can't just step off and let the treadmill go and then hop back on. So for her to, well, I'm not sure if she stepped off. I just heard that. But anyway, if that's the case, then good on her for getting back on the pace here, because she's just about 0.3 behind, 0.3 miles virtually behind the 50K world record pace. And
Yeah,
John's officially in at 1:03:08, so that's good for a new world record.
Yes, we're seeing 30 seconds better, almost 30 seconds better than the old record. So big day for him as well.
And that's just going to give Tyler Andrews some fuel to try to go get his own world record here, and maybe 2 of them if he can get that marathon en route to the 50K.
Yes.
All right, so we're adding a screen here, it seems. It looks like, who's that? I believe that's Sarah Hall, who we're going to add to the feed here. You may have heard of her. Sarah Hall is going to be going for the half marathon record today, and she's, I believe, just about 4 minutes away from starting.
Another altitude athlete. I believe she's in Flagstaff as well.
And just to note, Sarah is on tape delay here. So she ran before this event, but we don't know the results of that here, or at least I don't. So we're going to give her a play-by-play as if she's running live here. And I think we're going to have an interview here with John at about the same time Sarah is starting. So we'll be talking to John Ranieri here soon.
Yes, excited to see how he came off of that world record performance. So we're just a few minutes away from talking with him.
Great.
And I think right when we start talking with Mario, we'll be starting up Sarah's half marathon race. So we're gonna have just a lot of good continued action here.
And I think our next athlete to finish is going to be Renee. She's just coming up to and now past 29 miles. So she's got just over 2 to go. So Renee should be coming up on what would appear to be a 50K record pretty comfortably. She is now over 5 miles ahead of world record pace for that 50K. So she could virtually walk it in at this point. And still get that 50K world record. So it's got to feel nice. I'm sure she's going to keep pushing. Looking at her on that treadmill, she still looks smooth and still looks like she's moving hard. But it's in her hands at this point.
Wow, yeah, 40 minutes ahead of record paces. I don't think I've ever heard or seen a record be broken like that, or we don't want to jinx it, but in pursuit of broken like that.
Yeah.
Or we don't want to jinx it, but in pursuit, broken like that. Or we don't want to jinx it, but in pursuit, broken like that. Or we don't want to jinx it, but in pursuit, broken like that.
Looks like Regina might have slowed down to a walk here. Are you seeing that, Marielle?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Regina might have slowed down to a walk here. Are you seeing that, Marielle?
Yeah.
Let's see what we can find out about that here. Okay, looks like Regina slowed down a bit here.
Yeah, it
They're
doesn't
still
look like
moving well.
Yeah, it doesn't look like she has intentions to stop, just kind of maybe re-engaging, refocusing, and kind of try to maybe get back on it soon here.
Yeah, it's still definitely within her wheelhouse to get back up on that 50K record pace. She's about I'd say maybe like just a couple minutes behind, and she's got plenty of time to make it up. So if she can regroup and get running again, it could still be a possibility. So if she can regroup and get running again, it could still be a possibility. If she can regroup and get running again, it could still be a possibility. If she can regroup and get running again.
All right. All right.
Do we have James McCurdy in the house?
Hello, Chris.
How are ya? James McCurdy in the house.
I'm good. There is a ton of echo.
How are ya? James McCurdy in the house.
I'm good. There is a ton of echo.
How are ya? Yeah, I think you might need some headphones there, pal.
All right, I'll grab some.
Okay. I think hearing my own voice echo back at me that many times might make me insane.
Yeah, it's always a little cringy to hear yourself, especially with an echo. But it looks like we have
time echo.
Who has just started. Looks like she has her may have just missed the start of her race, but she only started a few minutes ago. So
yep, Sarah Hall is going. Hopefully we have a view that includes some feet there. I know for record keeping purposes, you're supposed to have a view of the feet. She might have a separate camera going from the back so that for verification that we might not end up getting on the Twitch here. So it could still be legit there. We just might not see that in person here. So Sarah Hall is off. Will be exciting to see what she can do here.
Well underway, and I think we have John's coach back to join us. Has himself muted.
We gotta unmute James, and then we'll talk to him about John Ranieri's race. Are you here, James?
I am. I'm live.
All right.
The echo is still strong.
Okay, you might want to turn off the sound on the live stream there. We don't hear your echo anymore as far as I can tell you from my side. So
Yep, you're sounding good for me as well. So
Okay, so in the meantime, while we sort out the audio issues there, let's go back to the race here for just a moment. Renee is just a hair over a mile from the finish line here. I've run 1,050,000 Ks in my life, and I've never gotten a solid explanation of the exact distance, but we're looking at 31 point something, maybe 0.1 something, maybe 0.2 something, but she's just passing 30 miles, so she's almost there. And just to be clear, she's got about 37 minutes to make it that last mile point. So Renee is looking pretty strong here.
Yeah, I like her odds, and we're just hearing that 31.10 is the exact distance that she'll need to cover for the record.
Great. So that means she's just coming up on 1 mile exactly from the finish.
Yeah, and frankly, she still looks really good.
Really does.
Pace looks strong. Form looks good. She looks more than capable of the record, but we know that. But also just it looks like some days the distance gets the best of you, or you get the best of the distance, and it looks like she's having a day where she's getting the best of the distance. So
absolutely. And now with her screen large there, we can see that she's gotten some encouragement written on the window in front of her, which is pretty great. Some of the trail races and road races we see will have fans come out and write in chalk some encouragements on the road or on the trail, put some signs up, and it looks like Renee's channeling that sort of spirit in the gym on the treadmill. So hopefully she's drawing encouragement from the fans there.
I'm just trying to get John on.
Okay. Well, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, so James, we have just a mile or so until Renee finishes. She's given us a thumbs up. But just before she does, I want to ask you, I think the obvious question on everyone's mind with regard to John is, if that treadmill went faster, could he have gone faster?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think when John does come on, he'll be able to speak to it much better, because he's the one who feels like he was run over by a truck today. But if we had an opportunity to have that thing go to 13.5 for the last 2 to 3 miles, I believe he could have done that. Absolutely.
Cool. So you're saying he's feeling it? Are you talking about from this particular effort? Is this why he's feeling better? Do you have some tough workouts leading into it, or?
Oh no, but this was a focus for us over the last few weeks. John is working with Josh Cox, and Josh presented this to John about 2.5 weeks ago, this challenge. And initially I was actually a little bit against it because of what we were trying to accomplish with the season, with the mile and the 5K focus here at 7,000 feet. We decided that we were going to do just a really powerful block of speed. And I wasn't too keen on the idea of running or taking that training and running 13 miles. But John was really excited about it, and we wanted to give it a go.
Well, sometimes it's important to pursue those little things that an athlete gets excited about, even if it doesn't totally line up with the plan of that particular block.
Yeah. I mean, he's been working hard. He's been working very diligent. He was set to run Boston. That was the primary focus of the season. And in that focus, we had to regroup like 35,000 other people. And we didn't want to take a ton of time off. We wanted to figure out a way to make sure that there was purpose behind this specific season for what the fall could look like. Maybe just a delay of marathon training. So we decided on the mile and the 5K. And I mean, he ran a 4:09 mile on the roads up here. He ran a 14:06 by himself on the road on a measured course. He ran a 29:33 10K in like 20 mile an hour wind. So he was ready to roll.
Yeah, his fitness is absolutely without question right now. And I think all of us, having seen what he just put down in terms of a world record, are all pretty confident with that. and he's not alone in having to adapt his training and his running in general to the current circumstances, but pretty lucky to get a world record out of it in that case.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing event the Chaski Challenge is. I'm actually forwarding him the link. For some reason, it's not opening up in his email, so I'm sending it to a different email address to get him on as soon as possible.
Okay.
But yeah, what an amazing event. Mario running. I mean, how far under the world record was he?
Oh, it wasn't quite what we're seeing with Renee here, but it was pretty. He got it by quite a bit.
Yeah,
a minute or more.
Renee is just absolutely destroying it.
Yeah, Renee is. It looks like about a quarter mile from the finish here and celebrating. We saw someone taking pictures. There goes her hands. She's throwing them up. Looks like she's confident she's going to get it. I see Mario giving her some encouragement there. That'll be world records, 3, 4, and 5 for her.
Gosh,
on the day.
Absolutely remarkable. I mean, she just looks so strong coming off the treadmill. She looks like she's got another 20 miles in her.
She really does.
Yeah, that's just been one thing to note. I don't think her form has really altered at all since we've got on the feed, which I think if you can finish a distance still upright, towing off like that, I think that's shows you have more in the tank.
Yeah. Now, where are they? They're in Bend, Oregon?
They're in Bend. Yeah, you can see her. Mario's off the screen now, but we can see him in his personal screen. But Max is behind her. All three of them are at the same gym in Bend. And Renee has just 0.08 left, so she's got about, what is that? About 100 meters, a little over 100 meters to go.
She's there. Looks like she's got her finger on the.
Oh, she's turning it up. She's giving it a sprint.
Yes, sprinting to the home finish. I'm really curious.
And it looks like she's got
it on that window.
3:11:42 for Renee. She's finished. She just got 3 world records, and she's a little off balance, as we might all be at that point. Off balance, but clearly stoked.
Yes, looks like she still had a little bounce in the legs there, a little victory dance. So, it's been a good day for her. I think she met the challenge for each marker. Yeah. So that's
So we're seeing a little chat that there may have been a couple of Russians who ran faster time than we thought was the world record for the men's 50K. Specifically 2:48 and 2:49 for 50K in April on TV. So we may have some proof of a national or a world record that we didn't know about previously. And in advance of this thing, I know we had trouble finding some of these world records, so it doesn't surprise me that we might not be aware of a record that was.
Well, this happened to Michael Wardian with the 50K. He was on a cruise ship and he ran the 50K world record for what he knew, but a Canadian, I believe, said, "Oh wait, no, I have the world record." So he went to bed. 5 hours later, wakes up and does it again and runs about 5 minutes faster.
That is the most Mike Wardian story I've ever heard. So no hard feelings to those who are pointing out that we might have a record in Russia that's better than the one we were accounting for here. Just didn't know about it. These things are hard to find. There's no central database for them. So we'll see if Tyler can get that one instead.
Yeah. Well, it looks like John's on board.
Hey, guys.
John. There he is. So we were just talking to your coach, and he spoke for you on the issue of you being able to go faster if your treadmill could go faster. But why don't you give us your perspective? How'd you feel? Did you have more in the tank? What was it like out there?
I definitely had more in the tank. Like, I felt dialed in. There were a few rough moments around 10K and 15K, which, I guess happen in a half marathon. But I could tell I was at a really, really smooth intensity. And I guess, I'll leave that up to the imagination how much faster I could have gone. but for the most part, it was just nice to dial in and just kind of let, like myself, like do my thing.
Did you do anything differently than you would have done if this was a road half in terms of nutrition, cooling, any sort of strategic differences?
I mean, like nothing was really too different. Like I think the biggest difference was just being at a set pace for the entire time. There wasn't any, going around sharp corners. I had my rhythm the entire time. Like that rarely happens in a road race. In terms of how I prepared for it, it's kind of how I prepare for every race, so like, I don't really think that changed too much.
Cool. Well, what do you got coming up next? Does this make you confident in your fitness, and what are you going to do with it?
Oh yeah, like, absolutely. So we're taking a little bit of a break, taking about 2-3 weeks downtime, and just kind of figuring out what the season has ahead of us, and just try to be as flexible as possible.
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
Well, maybe when we do this again, we can get you to bump up the distance to the 100K.
Yeah. I want to give thanks to Koros for being such a wonderful time sponsor on this.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So thank you to them, and this is such a great event, and so just thank you for having me on.
Of course. James, anything else you want to talk about the performance or the training, or or John?
I mean, 2 years ago, we're actually coming up on our 2-year coach athlete anniversary, which is coming up in July. And John, since we started working together and since I've known him, I've watched him run since he was in high school. He ran at a neighboring school from where I used to coach. And I've always thought there was something really good within him, something great. And over the last year and a half, coming up on 2 years, he's starting to really see that potential take hold. And it's been a lot of fun to kind of see his growth. And he's as humble as can be. One of the first things he was doing was checking in with his own athletes after he runs his own half marathon effort, because he's a full-time coach, and he's worried about other people before himself. So I think it goes a lot to who he is as a person, and it speaks to hopefully what the future can hold for him as an athlete as well.
Cool. Well, glad to have a world record in his hands.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm still wrapping my head around it. I know it's true to itself, but it's a remarkable accomplishment. And maybe if the fall comes around and we break 4 in the mile, maybe we take a stab at this at sea level on a treadmill that might go 14 miles an hour. I wouldn't knock that out of the park. I wouldn't count that out of the park either.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool to see, especially considering what we just watched at 7,000 feet. So
yeah.
I think we're setting some precedent here with maybe setting the tone for some other super elite runners to get on these treadmills and kind of see, what is possible in terms of comparing road times to treadmill times. Because I think for the most part, what we think is, you might go a little slower on the treadmill, and maybe most of that we attribute to the mental side of it, where it's a little, maybe harder because of the repetition. Maybe it's a little harder just because of, engaging with it. Most people's PRs aren't on treadmills, but maybe we'll see enough people going for it that we change that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this was by far like the coolest event I've been a part of, for sure. So definitely the most unique.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to both of you.
Appreciate
that was fun to watch.
Thank you, Amelia. Thank you so much. Yeah. And yeah. All right. Well, listen, I'm going to leave you guys to it. Congratulations to Mario on his. I think he's still looking for his headphones to connect. But we're gonna keep watching. Watch Tyler and watch Michael. Watch Max. See if they can set that. Now, do they know that the Russians have run 2:48? Have they been told?
Only if someone's telling them. They've all got people in the room, and different athletes are different on that, wanting to know information from outside. So they may or may not know how fast the other athletes in the room are going. So I think they probably could get that information if they want.
I'm not sure who has it and who doesn't, but
Well,
we'll see.
do they know about the Russian, the previous records?
Yeah, they might know that as well. I think
Okay.
some of the guys on our back end are looking that up for verification right now. So we're
Gotcha.
not sure. We haven't verified that personally yet. So we'll keep paying attention to that.
All right. Well, we'll be rooting for him. Thanks again so much for having us and letting us be a part of it.
Of course,
Yeah.
it's a pleasure to have you. Congrats on your new world record.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, Mariel, where are we in these other races?
Yeah, I'm just seeing some splits coming in from Sarah Hall, who just cranked out another 5:24 mile, brings her 3 miles at 6:26 and 5K in 6:58. It looks like Renee's record for the half may go down fairly quickly, but we don't know just how fast, or there's still a lot of race left to run, so anything's possible.
All right, and Mariel, looks like Mario is in the chat. Should we bring him on board?
Yes, definitely need to hear from the legendary
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Oh man, it's great. It's great to see you alive and well here.
Oh, dude, that was so rough. I was actually cramping so bad when I got off that treadmill, and my abdominals are cramping. So I just had to lay down for a while.
Yeah. Have you ever had that in a race before this?
No, I've never had that. So my guess is just the exact same motion of the treadmill. It's just the same exact muscles over and over. And I ran twice as far as I've ever had on a treadmill. So that combination was pretty rough. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So walk us through the race in terms of high points, low points, difficulties that you didn't expect, maybe things that you got through that you thought might be a little harder. What was it like out there?
Yeah, it's crazy. The first 10 miles felt so easy that I was like, oh, I'm a sixth of the way in. This is such a good place to be. And then at 20 miles, it turned quickly. It was like, oof, that next 10 was a lot harder. And I was like, all right, I'm only 1/3 of the way in. So that 20-mile kind of section was a little bit rough up until the 50K mark when Renee started to run as well. So that helped. It was like, once I hit that 50K split, it was like, okay, I understand what 31 miles on a treadmill feels like, and I know that I just have that left. So it was sort of a mental turning point, even though I was a little bit off on the pace. I knew I was like within range. So so that was really helpful. I actually kind of liked it quiet. It was quieter in this room, less people than now, and I'm a very like introverted person, so I actually kind of enjoyed being able to get some miles out of the way before it got a little more intense in here. So
it definitely must have helped to have the crew come in and keep you company a little bit in those last miles, though.
It was exactly what I needed. Like, once they jumped on, I just kept telling myself, you're on a long run with Renee, you're on a long run with Max, and I was just like trying to trick myself into not thinking that I had already run that far, and just breaking it up. I know I was a little bit off pace, and it was a little scary at about 40 miles because I wasn't feeling good and I had 22 to go. But something happened once I got within 15 to go and I picked it up. I was like, oh, it didn't feel a lot worse than I thought it was going to feel to pick it up. And it was kind of, I caught a second wind, I think. And just really, I dialed my nutrition early. And I think when you do that early in ultra, it helps you in that last 1/3. You can kind of get away with it a little bit more in the last 1/3 if you have really done it well the first 2/3. And so I think that really helped. It was still awful. Like that was awful. I have pretty awful blisters in my feet with some blood, and I just, oh gosh, that was awful.
So, well, knowing ultra runners, by tomorrow you'll be saying it was great.
By tomorrow I'll be like, I'm gonna go for the 100-mile one next. Right?
Yeah. You'll have to get Zach's number. And so tell us more about the nutrition strategy. You said you dialed in your nutrition, especially, or I guess you did the work early on to help you later in terms of nutrition. But specifically, what were you doing? Was it different from other races in terms of hydration, in terms of sugar? What were you doing there?
I was mixing it up. I was doing 2/3 tailwind and then 1/3 water to just really get the water in as well. We had the AC set at like 55 degrees, so I didn't have to like keep drinking water. I was taking some honey stinger gels and I took 2 waffles actually. I ate 2 full waffles, kind of just nibbled on them. And I think it helps when you get something solid in you, because later on you probably won't be able to, and so at least you kind of have something in the bank. I had some cold brew coffee. I actually slowed down a tiny bit to like get it down, and that was a big boost. Like right around 29 to 30 miles, it was like just comforting. Like it was just a little bit like of being home. And then I started to do more of the rebuild tailwind mix. And so the last 20 miles, I basically just did that because I was starting to feel my quads and my glutes really starting to give. And I just wanted to get a little bit of muscle rebuilding, or just try to keep them hanging on.
Yeah. Maybe trick them into thinking you're gonna use some protein, but
exactly. I was like, hey, there's a little bit of protein. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So did that differ much from other races, or is it pretty much par for the course?
It really did. When you are on a trail 100K, which I've done quite a few of those, and it's a distance that I actually really like. On a trail 100K, you tend to get a little bit more breaks. Like you can break it up easier. And I think a lot of that is those aid stations where you come into an aid station and you take your time and regroup and then get back out there. And I think it just helps like the muscles reset. On this thing, it's a grind. Like it's like never super hard, but it's never easy. And mentally you don't really want to stop, because if you do, that all of a sudden you're going to have to be doing different math and the splits are going to be off, and then you have to like restart the treadmill. So it was different. I think in one way it's actually harder. Like I would rather do a trail 100K. And it's just kind of like a steady heart rate the whole way. So I pretty much ran like pretty consistent splits and then picked it up. So it was just a steady grind. Yeah.
Well, that's really impressive, man. We're super stoked for you.
Are you gonna go for it next, man? You're ready.
Hard no. I don't know, man. Maybe. Seeing someone like you do it.
Yeah.
Seeing someone like you who I know has got credentials in the trail world, and you've done everything there is to do in the trail scene, and then to hone in on this, it makes someone like me who's committed to the trails a little more interested in hopping.
Yeah.
Like this.
No. Yeah. I was happy to get Max to do this, man. I'm like sitting here watching one of my heroes run a 50K. He's amazing. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, let's see. Do we have any other questions for Mario?
I've got one lingering question. We saw some pictures or some words written up on the window. I wasn't sure if those were for you or someone put them there. Maybe just speak a little bit about what you were using to get you through.
Yeah. So my wife and I picked a verse. I work as a pastor, and so the first half of the run, I actually was listening to the Bible app. I was just playing scripture, and so we picked one verse to put on the kind of glass, and then we also wrote some cool notes from people sent us. So just like motivation, and one of the verses that we wrote today was just one that says, your work produced by faith, your labor prompted by love, and your endurance moved by hope. And so we really like what that says, because it's like there's been a lot of work done the last few months just because of COVID. We've been very busy actually. And a lot of times we like to question, like, why are we doing this? Like, is the motivation good? Why are we doing all of this? And that verse reminds us why, because it produces something. So it just draws my mind to the right place when I start kind of going off. And so it was very, very helpful for me to get through and just reread those verses over and over. Yeah. Thanks for asking that. Yeah.
No, that was, we caught that early on and we weren't sure exactly what that would be, but yeah, I'm glad to hear that you were able to kind of take your all parts of your life and bring them together for the event. And
you need that in a race that long. It's like you got to have something that's driving you, because otherwise you're like, why am I doing this? This is way too crazy.
Yes.
So for sure.
I think that I kept looking at the mile eclipsing and couldn't believe, 60 miles on the treadmill. That's something. So it makes sense now, how you stayed focused and what kind of.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Did you guys want to talk to Renee?
Is that a real question?
Yeah.
You set 3 world records.
I know. Let's do it. Renee, do you want to jump on? Is it okay if we do it on this?
Do it.
Yeah. Okay. No, here we go.
Why not?
Hey guys.
You take this
Sorry,
one,
I have this monster blister I had to take care of.
Show us.
Show us.
I love it. I'm also turning blue, literally. I feel awesome, by the way. Oh my gosh, hi! Oh my god, I'm such a fan. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes.
I feel so good right now, except for my calves.
No, looks good. We were saying there's she needs to keep going. Impeccable. So glad to report that it felt as good as it looked.
Yeah, it got hard at I could feel it getting a little harder at 22, so I just relaxed. And then it just stayed the same the whole way. It never got harder. I was shocked. I've never run that far on a treadmill, 1, and 2, that was my 50K debut. I have run a 50 miler once, but it was when I broke my leg, so I was really not prepared. And I went out too hard in that, and so I was really trying not to, but then I also kind of wanted to make it a really good effort.
Yeah, no, well, that is quite the debut. We missed that part maybe in our broadcast feed. I didn't realize that this was going to be your debut for the distance. So that's a whole nother mental barrier to kind of tackle. So maybe just talk to us about that, maybe nerves coming in, not knowing the distance, and then just in general being on the treadmill for that amount of time.
I wonder if because I didn't have that much time to think about it, because I only got asked last week to do this event, and I have not been training for 50K, and I think sometimes some of us just almost do too much, like when we go to an event and we're too nervous and like think we need to do a whole bunch, but I felt healthy and 100%. I've been really working on kind of the pieces and doing a lot of prehab training and strength training, and working on my speed so that pace didn't feel hard. My calves really do feel like I just ran in spikes, but they're okay. And then the whole time I was nervous about making it the whole way. So I backed off after the half, even though I felt okay, because they all were telling me don't even go for the half mark during it. But I was like, it's me, so I'm going to do it. So they all knew it. And then at the marathon, I backed off a tiny bit after, but then I finished my last half mile at 11 miles an hour. And there was a lot more in the tank than I realized. So, and I think a lot of us don't even know what we're capable of. Like, we don't know. And I kept thinking 1 mile at a time, and you have so much more in there than you even know. And having a purpose greater than just running really, I don't know, really motivates you to like perform. I don't know if you know, like we're gonna be putting on a youth camp in Bend, and we're hoping to fundraise from this every mile, all three of us. And we're pretty excited to bring all the youth together from different backgrounds. We have a Indian reservation really close to us, and we're excited to bring the whole community of Central Oregon together.
I love that, and I think that now it makes a little bit more sense why you were able to have that type of energy and fuel behind your performances, having that in the back of your mind, raising money for that cause. So yeah, I mean, congratulations for starting that for all of you, and also for your performance today. I think, yeah.
I can't wait to watch you get on a treadmill.
Oh,
you could do the mile, you could do the 5K. I'm pretty sure those records are yours if you want them.
Well, today we are celebrating the athletes who are competing. I'm just marking that we're able to do. I'm not quite prepared for anything.
Well, you never know. Maybe you'll get inspired.
Yeah.
But and I never thought I was going to do this 2 weeks ago. So
yeah, we were.
The other thing that really inspired me that I want to mention that I didn't say yet was Mario being next to me and suffering, but like gutting it out. And, you know, I was here for a few hours, like before, while he was still running. And I'm like, man, he's going double the distance I'm going and fighting through this. Like, he was hurting it halfway and he did it. Like, I'm in awe of him. And even during it, I was like trying to cheer him on. So I think sometimes when, you know, you're not thinking about yourself, but others, it just really helps. And having a camaraderie and people that want to raise you up is really beautiful.
No, for sure. I think we were watching the three of you there together, and just kind of that felt powerful more so than your individual performances, was that you were all you kind of felt like you were in stride with one another. I think you and Mario were running the same pace for a little bit there. So it looked as special as you're describing it.
Yeah, we're rallying for Max now.
Yes.
I also want some French fries really bad.
So please go get those. Don't let us hold you.
Anything else, or you can ask anything?
What's next?
Yeah, that would be a good one.
I have no idea. That's a good question. I mean, I'm toying with trying to get back in track shape. I'm going to be 39 though this year and haven't run track in 6 years. So we'll see. But I'm having fun just experimenting with what my body can get back to. I broke my leg 3 or 4 years ago, and I had my second surgery in 2018. I didn't race in 2018 or 2019 at all until December of 2019. And my first like competitive race in a really long time was the trials. And so now I'm like, I don't know, everything's kind of on pause. So this was really exciting. And whether I was ready or not, I was like, let's do it, because this is a great thing to get people inspired to try new things. And also this is a good time to work on a lot of those building blocks and get your body ready so you can do epic things. And just like, I wasn't specifically prepared, but like, I'm healthy and excited and ready to get out there. And I think that's the most important thing to getting goals, is being healthy, excited, and inspired.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think this year has been a good lesson for all of us that, you know, if you have your health and the opportunity, just take advantage of when they come, because, you know, you never know what will happen and, you know, what the circumstance will be. So opportunity, if it's there, definitely take advantage of it. And it seems like you really did that today. So maybe into having a bit of just having that time for injury, I'm sure may also probably gives you that motivation and the pause in the season that we've all been experiencing.
Well, and I mean, and there's so many things going on right now that you can get bogged down on it and think you have nothing you can do. And I think if we can all use our platform to inspire people to be better and do more things, that's my hope. That's what motivated me to do this today. And I think that's what helped me through my, I don't know, hour 2 to hour 3. Like, but I do think I can run faster. I don't know if I want to do that again, but like,
no, you definitely looked capable of more. So whatever you decide to attach that to, it will be good. Yeah.
From you, that means so much.
Yes. No, congratulations.
I'm sorry, I'm like, even though I'm blue right now, I'm blushing.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm so like, everyone here is such a fan. Like I feel like I'm stumbling over my words because I'm looking at you.
No, you have been eloquent in speech. So thank you for talking with us. But hopefully get food or fluids. We don't want you to be blue.
Yeah, we have the air conditioning pretty high in here, so it felt really good when we were running. It feels really cold now that I'm in a wet outfit and
yeah, no.
So thanks.
But just congratulations again, and get warm, and hopefully celebrating with your Ben crew.
Yeah, we're rallying for Max now. I'm gonna go check in on him. Does anything else, guys, before I go back to Max?
No, I think we're probably going to try and check back into with where he is and where everyone is. But yeah, just can't say it enough. Congratulations, world record holder. That's not bad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, we're checking back in on the races here. We have a few things to report. First thing to note, Adam Holland is finished. He finished in 1:13.11, not quite the time he was hoping for today, but we had a report that he was feeling a little ill. So getting out here and doing the race, despite not being in optimal condition, is still really impressive. We're happy for him that he got the finish. Mm-hmm. Regina Lopez, who we just saw walking a little while ago, is back running, and we have news that she has reset her goal here. She is going to go for the 50-mile world record instead of the 50K. So she took a little break there, has restarted at presumably a slower speed, and is aiming for the 50-mile world record, which, as far as we know, has not been set yet. So she's going to go ahead and try to set the mark in the 50-mile treadmill event. In the women's half, Sarah Hall, as you might have expected, well ahead of world record pace. She is about a mile ahead of where she needs to be right now to get that record. So she's just past 8 miles, so about 5 to go for her. And then in the men's 50K, we had an issue come up with regard to record we're aiming for here. Apparently there may be a treadmill world record that we weren't aware of going into this event. We may get that verified before the end of this event. We may end up having to look into that afterwards. Kind of a tough thing to investigate on the fly. So forgive us for potentially not having the record dialed in advance, but these guys still have their goals in front of them. That said, Tyler Andrews, who is currently well ahead of the marathon treadmill world record pace, said before this event that he is aiming for the overall 50K world record. So not just the treadmill record, but the overall world record, which is currently 2:43:38, set 32 years ago, 1988. So Tyler's aiming for a record that will not only surpass the treadmill world record that we have on hand, but the overall world record as well. So that's what Tyler's aiming for, and hopefully he has success en route to that. So he's currently still ahead of the treadmill marathon record, and we'll check in with that in about 5 miles here.
Thanks for catching us back up.
Lots of news.
Yes. And trying to check on.
Also worth mentioning that our coverage today is provided largely by Koros. I think most of our athletes are wearing Koros watches out there. They're sponsoring the timing portion of this event, which in a world record attempt is obviously of extreme importance. So thank you to Koros. We have a few other sponsors we might mention as we go here. I know Goo and Squirrel's Nut Butter are involved, two of my favorite companies. So awesome team effort to put this thing on.
Yeah, I think it's just been a testament to the event, a community-oriented work of art. So I think the sponsors have been a big part of that, and definitely grateful to them, I think, for taking a chance on an event that's never quite happened before, but they saw just the importance of really trying to get creative and do things that can be of benefit to the running community right now.
Yeah, it's just really cool to see all the athletes kind of interacting with each other and drawing inspiration from each other. You know, we just saw Mario kind of gush over Max King, one of his heroes, and a hero to a lot of us in the trail and long distance running worlds in general. But, you know, Mario is that to so many runners across the world himself. And then to see, you know, you and Renee bond over your shared experience, and Renee talk about Max, and it's so cool to have everyone involved in this thing together, drawing inspiration from each other.
Yeah, it feels like we got a little bit of 6 degree of separation going on.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay, so just to catch up on where we are here, the men's half is finished. John Ranieri with the world record in 1:03:08. Adam Holland finished, did not get a world record, but had a great race himself, 1:13:11. The women's half, Sarah Hall, whose stream has cut out, we hate to say, she is still on the treadmill, and we do have splits going up for her, so we'll still see her performance. We'll know where she is, but we're not going to have video for just a little bit here. She does have someone there with her marking down splits, and she's coming up on 9 miles, so she should be finishing here pretty soon. In the women's 50K, Renee set the half marathon and marathon world records en route to a 50K world record, and Regina is aiming now for the 50-mile world record, so we'll see where she ends up with that. And then in terms of the men's 50K, Tyler Andrews still ahead of the marathon world record en route, and well ahead of the 50K world record for treadmill, aiming potentially for that overall record. Max King, I believe, Max King has closed the gap on the marathon world record pace, the treadmill marathon world record pace, that is. So he's on pace with that, and that means he's under by quite a bit the treadmill 50K world record pace. So looks like Max King sped up a little bit, made up some ground, and he's having a great day himself.
Yeah, we're seeing all different types of strategies right now. Some starting out fast, some closing really well. We've seen kind of people re-rally, maybe have to stop and then get back on pace. So kind of a myriad of experiences out there. And just seeing a report come in from the women's half marathon. We have Sarah with the 8-mile split, 42:46 her last mile, and 5:11. So we could be closing in on a sub 70 minute half, which would be pretty impressive.
Wow. Yeah, I heard recently that she turned up the speed on her treadmill, which to go in with a plan to break a world record and to get part of the way there and decide to speed up is pretty impressive.
Yes, I think everyone has been pretty daring out there today.
All right, and Tyler Andrews is running conveniently the exact same pace as Sarah Hall. He just ran a 5:11 for miles 19 and 20. He's on pace for a 2:17 marathon. And again, he's aiming for that overall world record for the 50K. How these athletes looking to you, Marielle?
Everyone's looking good. I think the only I don't want to say trouble, but I saw maybe Regina having to slow down or stop the treadmill and walk some, but it kind of looked like she was stretching. She was just trying to maybe get the limbs back moving, and she looked like she's regrouped and back to moving well. So that I think that was the only thing I saw that was maybe in contrast to everyone else who's been just kind of clipping away without stopping. So, but everybody looks good, and I also think we may be having somebody from the open race come in to give us a little bit of perspective from how our open field athletes are doing and what they kind of experienced today. So hoping all still positive, because it seems like we our elite field are doing well. But I think Michaela has joined us. I hope I'm.
Michaela's muted. Get her in here.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Hello,
Michaela.
Hello.
What was your distance today? What did you run?
I ran the 50K.
How'd it go? Where are you, first of all?
West Virginia, Harper's Ferry.
Cool. Tell us about it. How'd your 50K go? Where'd you do it? What was the plan?
I did it on my treadmill at home, and I had never broken 4 hours on 50K, so that was kind of my goal. And so, it was just after work, got my granola bars and my water bottles all lined up, and I was like, well, let's see how we do. And like most things, it was really easy at the beginning. You're cruising along. I got this, no problem. Got good music going, listening to some audiobooks. And then, you hit a wall, and I was like, oh, this is really hard. It's really hot in here. I didn't think to pack any salt pills on this treadmill. But, one of the reasons why I did this is because this season has been so hard, I think, for a lot of runners, not having races to compete against other people and really push yourself. And this is what I've been missing, was this hard place where you go into the deep, dark recesses of whatever and try to pull yourself through. So, it was just tiny little goalposts, making it to 20K and then 30K and then 42K. And then, all right, well, now I'm on the downhill side here. I think I can do it. And then I think around like 45K, I realized how far off like my watch and my treadmill were from each other as far as distance. And I was like, well, I'm just going to go until the absolute last thing says that I've done 50K at least. So I know I've hit it for sure.
So don't keep us in suspense. Did you break your 4-hour goal?
I broke my 4 hours. Yes.
Nice.
All right.
Just barely 3:58 or 7 or something. So yeah.
But potentially faster, depending on which application was.
Exactly.
Was
yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was really hard at the end, especially. It was a struggle, and it was exactly the challenge that I needed. So thank you guys very much for having this.
Of course. Well, you may envy these guys. They're in air-conditioned gyms right now. I know we just talked to Renee, and they have it set at 55 degrees. So.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
No, I did have the air conditioning on upstairs in my house, but the downstairs was not very cool at all, and we had some bad humidity yesterday too, so it was pretty miserable. Yeah.
There's got to be a conversion for that. We'll give you 10 minutes.
I think so. Okay, good. Yeah, I like that better.
Great. Well, how did you find out about this challenge? What drew you to it? And did you have friends doing it? How'd you get involved?
Yeah, so I saw it on like some runners group on Facebook. You know, I'm on the East Coast Trail Runners Facebook group and a whole bunch of trail running groups. And I did the peak quarantine challenge too back in April, the Backyard Ultra. So a lot of us were all looking for, you know, kind of the next thing to keep ourselves motivated and to go for. And I wasn't sure that I was going to sign up for this yet because my original June was doing Laurel Highlands, Highland Sky, and Manitou's Revenge, which is like a 70 miler, a 40 miler, and a 60 miler, all back-to-back weekends. And so I was looking for, you know, kind of a challenge similar to that. But this seemed like fun, and I knew that this 50K in 4 hours goal has always been in the back of my mind. So this seemed like a good thing to do.
Yeah, and I guess you know, breaking a barrier like that can be tough when a lot of the races that you're running are on trails and you know, might be up hills and over routes, and there's a lot of obstacles to keep you away from that goal. So to set yourself with just a clock and a paced out treadmill and just go for that goal is pretty it's very confrontational. I like it.
It is. And I thought it would be a lot easier. You know, I think a lot of people have the misconception that, oh, it's a treadmill, it's doing half the work for you. You just have to dial in the pace and just go. But I mean, without someone there to motivate you, or like changing scenery and, you know, no elevation changes or rocks and roots to hop over, it just gets very mundane very quickly. I have some friends that did 100 milers on the treadmill, and I don't know how they did it. I really don't. That's so impressive. And these people running hella fast right now on the treadmill is just super impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in awe over here. We've seen so many world records go down already. I think we were aiming to get a few here, but they're left and right. Everyone's breaking records. It's pretty awesome.
I know. Hopefully people can hold on to a couple of their records longer than 2 hours.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe not though. That's the spirit of it though, right? We want these things to be broken. Yeah. And
that's what these records are set, is to get them broken again. So
absolutely. So what do you have coming up? What sort of races are you doing anything? Well, I guess pretty much everything's canceled in the indefinite future, but any goals you got in the medium to long term?
We have a local race called Miners Lady. It's still technically scheduled for the end of July. It's a loop race. It's a trail race. So we're kind of hoping we can do that because it's really like just one aid station. But they're probably not going to allow out-of-state people there. And then, you know, I was signed up for Boston to Big Sur this year. That all went out the window. You know, everything's just gone. So I'm just playing it by ear, right? There's nothing you can do. It's out of my control. I understand the reasons why race directors have to cancel so many of these. I really miss running with people too. So just trying to get along, and these things are getting me through right now.
Absolutely. I think it's getting a lot of people through to be able to have our little bouts of competition like this. Maybe if we had asked these all the elites we have here today, could they see themselves going for a treadmill world record in the peak of their season in 2020? I don't think many of them would have said yes to that, but
no,
circumstances change and everyone's making the best of it, and we got a pretty cool event out of it.
It is, yeah.
Well, great. Let's see here. Any shout outs you want to give?
No, I just want to say that another part of the reason that I wanted to do this was to help deal with all the stuff we've been dealing with. I mean, the mental fallout from COVID, but also the Black Lives Matter protests have really affected me in the area of Washington, D.C. especially. And, you know, to be able to run anywhere is such a privilege, and I do not take that for granted.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys again.
Yeah, thank you for showing up and competing. I think it means a lot for people to still see everyone out here trying to work their way through where we are. So congratulations. PR is PR. So no matter how far we got under it, we saw some people coming 30, 40 minutes under their projected times, and 2 minutes is just as congratulations.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Michaela.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Let's see where we are here in the races.
Yes.
We are now focused on, again, Regina Lopez with the reset goal of going for that women's 50-mile treadmill world record. Sarah Hall, I believe, is going to be our next finisher. She is just under 2 miles away from finishing the women's half marathon. And then I think actually maybe a hair before that, we may have Tyler Andrews going en route for the marathon world record. So those two should be coming up at about the same time here.
Just hearing a little bit more about Sarah's, about what she's doing. I know that we're having a little bit of trouble connecting to her to her visual, but her last mile is a 5:09, passing 11 miles in 58:16, and she will be, I think, a good chunk under that 70-minute mark, and even encroaching on her own 1:08:58 PR. So she's fit.
And we got some encouragement going out for Mike Wardian in the chat room. And apparently, I'm not sure, I can't confirm that this is Mike's assistant here, but apparently he's taking song requests. So if you want to help or potentially sabotage Mike Wardian, give us your best. So far, we've got the Pokemon theme song as a suggestion. I'm not sure if he would appreciate that, but you never know. He's a wildcat, that Mike Wardian.
Yeah, I know probably turning on his audio would create some bad echo effects for us, but I'm so curious to know what he's listening to right now.
Yeah, me too. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. Yeah, Tyler, Mike, both looking strong. Max looking strong. I'm not seeing any breakdown of the form yet. Of these guys right now, you got to expect Tyler might be feeling it more than the other two. He's got a little bit more of an ambitious en route goal. I'm not sure Max King is too worried about that overall 50K world record or that marathon. So he's set on maybe a little leaner of a goal there, whereas Tyler maybe going a little more for broke. So if we're going to see any stress in one of these guys, it may be Tyler first. Mike Wardian just plugging along there. Seems about as consistent as can be. So Regina taking a little break. Again, I think she's kind of in the reset period before she gets back going towards that 50 miler. So hopefully she can kind of find her new rhythm there.
Yeah. We're just getting some more details about Tyler's, what you were saying, his ambitious swing for that marathon record en route. He passed 24 miles in 2:06:16. So it looks like he is pretty confident that he'll get that record, but we're not sure what that will mean for the latter half of the for the race to 50K.
And just for reference, Sarah Hall, the half marathon record for which she's aiming here is 1:20:43. She's got a little over a mile to get there. And just for reference, her personal record in the half marathon, as far as I know, is about 1:08:58. She is pretty near on pace with that. If she runs close to her PR here, the half record should be easily hers. We may not have expected her to go for a personal record when the record she's aiming for is quite a bit softer than that. But She is pretty close to running her personal best here, which will be cool to see. So again, 108.58, as far as I've seen, is her PR. So we'll be looking for that when she's crossing the invisible line at 13.10, I believe it was. Was it 13.10, 13.13, something like that?
About that, but I guess also just to mention that 108.58 came in January, probably in the heat of heavy marathon training right before the Olympic trials. So I'm sure the reason why we're seeing her treadmill record be so close to that PR is she could probably run quite a bit faster on maybe some fresh legs and not in the thick of a heavy training cycle. So
okay, so you think she's capable of you think that's she could drop that time quite a bit?
I think so. I think we've seen usually getting a PB in the middle of a tough training cycle, I think usually is indicative that you can hopefully, if you get the opportunity, go faster.
Definitely. Well, we'll see what she gets here. That would be cool to see a personal record.
Mm-hmm. Then we have just some Max King just past 24 miles. He's about 2 minutes behind Tyler. So we will keep an eye.
Tyler's about 3/4 of a mile from his finish. And Sarah is, from his marathon en route, and Sarah is about the same from her finish. So if they're coming across at the same time, I think we'll probably lean towards covering Sarah, who's finishing her full distance here.
Mm-hmm.
We unfortunately don't have her on video right now. There was an issue with that stream, but someone is currently videotaping her. It's just not being broadcast right now. So we will have that for record keeping purposes, but her splits are continuing to be updated. So we have accurate info on where she is.
And I think we're hearing she's kicking it in 5:06 for mile 12, and is looking for a time in the low 69 minute half. I think that's very impressive.
That's pretty amazing. I could not run a 109, I don't think.
Yeah.
And I would choose not to on a treadmill. It's funny, the shortest distance available here is still really intimidating to me.
Yeah. Well, it's also sad because right now I'm like, all right, 13's not bad.
Yeah. After watching Mario.
Yeah, which I just know that is just perspective from what we've seen.
So she if she's speeding up right now, she's probably pulling ahead of Tyler. So maybe she can get a little bit of a gap and we can see them finish at different times. Looks like she's about 2 minutes away from the line here. Man, the sun is setting in Bend, Oregon. We can see Max King running into the sunset. It's a beautiful scene.
Yeah, they really do have a nice little setup right there with those big windows, some greenery.
Yeah. Having a little snack. Just a nice little run there for Max.
Yeah, super simple, really easy.
Yeah, not a big deal at all. All right, so Tyler Andrews is about, let's say, coming up on 200 meters away from setting the treadmill world record in the marathon en route to that 50K. So let's see what he decides to do in terms of pace, whether he wants to slow down or whether he thinks he's got it in terms of continuing on for a 50K. I know we saw Renee slow down a bit after her half marathon before picking it back up to get that marathon and 50K en route. But it looks like maybe who's going to get there first? I think Tyler's going to beat Sarah to the line, but we'll watch them both. And Sarah's just closing in again, about coming up on 100 meters away from the finish here. Really moving. And the clock just struck 109, and Sarah is in with a world record at 109.03.
Wow. Very impressive, and oh so close to that, to her outdoor PR. So I think that's probably got to give her a lot of confidence for what she can do in the future.
Absolutely. And it looks like Tyler got the men's marathon treadmill world record as well. I didn't see it as it passed, but it was something in the low 218s. So we can get an update on that. But yeah, Tyler, we just had 2 world records go down about 5 seconds apart from each other. But that's what this event is all about.
Casual. But yeah, I'll be interested also to hear about mentally what the switch was for Tyler after because it seems like he really wanted that from the start, and then how he'll refocus. And we're getting the official time to be 2:17:56 for Tyler.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I'm seeing Regina is moving again. So we got everybody in full swing. Another world record just went down for Sarah, and yeah, I think we may be getting another open athlete coming in here in the next few minutes.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Awesome. And just for reference, as far as I know, I think Tyler's marathon personal best on the road is 2:15 high. So he's not too far behind that in this effort right now. So he's certainly feeling it at this point, being just three minutes behind his marathon PR and then continuing on. But his stride's still looking strong. He doesn't seem to have let up as far as I can tell. We'll see if his splits change going forward.
Yeah, it looks like he's cruising along, but I'm sure that pounding from the treadmill after 26 miles will catch up with you. So we're going to have to pay close attention to that.
Yeah, I don't envy any of these folks tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's probably the interview we needed was next day.
Mario Mendoza over brunch tomorrow.
Yeah.
That was interesting to hear that he said his abs were kind of locking up. That's really interesting. Just that hyper repetitive, absolutely no change in terrain impact is it's interesting to hear. I mean, I could have predicted, I guess, that there would be some different impacts on the body with that, but having not experienced a treadmill run of any length myself, yeah, I'd love to talk to Mario tomorrow and see what hurts.
Yeah, I'm sure everything.
Yeah, that goes without saying.
Yeah, but the core, I guess, for him, that must have meant just like posturally, he was engaged for the whole time.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think 6 hours that'll get things hurting and sore. But I'm definitely interested to hear how he's doing tomorrow.
Absolutely. And just for reference, I think I missed the moment, but I think Max King just went through the marathon at ahead of world record pace. So I think Max King went through the marathon split ahead of the pace. Well, he won't have the record now that Tyler got it before him, but I think he was ahead of the previous world record pace on treadmill.
Yes, and it sounds like we're Mike Dixon, maybe our open athlete that's going to come in and talk to us a little bit about his experience. Here he is, right on time. I think
Muted for now, Mike. We're going to unmute you here in a moment.
Oh, and we're just waiting for a couple seconds for mics to come in, but I think just from a little bit more information on Renee held that half marathon record within her world record for about 2 hours. So hopefully it was cherished.
Oh,
and
that's right. Renee lost it. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah,
she has 2 others, right? 3?
Yeah, 2.
So
yeah, I think she'll be okay.
But hey, Mike, how are you? How are you doing? Maybe talk to us a little bit about your experience today. How you feeling?
Sure, no problem. I'm good and tired. It was great motivation to get out there. I'm glad I found. I think Tyler sent out something on Reddit regarding the Chaski challenge, and I thought it was good motivation to be able to get a nice long run.
And did you have a time goal, or were you just kind of just getting after it?
Yeah, just for the most part, yeah, sub 4 hours would be nice on the trails over at the. I'm close nearby to Rutgers University, and they have an eco preserve. So I have a nice loop that I usually do, and it worked out perfectly. 6 loops of a little over 5 miles, and I had my little aid station that I had at my car at the parking lot, and had my gels and lots of Gatorade and water. It was humid and muddy and hot today, so it was a great challenge.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot about conditions where I think that was something that went out the door for me, because I figured you're on a treadmill, we're inside, but kind of maybe people not preparing as much for fans, and then that humidity kind of creeps in no matter what, right? So
oh yeah, I'm a big fan of the treadmill, and I had to opt out of the treadmill today, but definitely inspired by all these killer performances. Unbelievable. I can't, all of them basically are just incredible. Just treadmill is tough mentally, and yeah, it's one thing having a fan blowing in your face, but when you're going nowhere, and it's a mental challenge for sure.
Yeah.
You know, you say they're going nowhere, but they're going straight into the record books, Mr. Dixon.
True.
And it looks like we have a new world record holder also joining us, Sarah. Maybe you guys can talk a little bit about your experience as well, and how you're feeling after 13.1 miles.
Yeah, it was completely unexpected for me, to be honest. I don't do a lot of running on a treadmill. I think this is like the second time I've run on a treadmill this year, so I didn't quite know what to expect as far as like what would feel comfortable, but I felt comfortable and just kind of kept notching it down as I went, and really surprised myself, to be honest. Like, I know I was in good shape, but I hadn't done anything at sea level for over 3 months, and obviously no races for over 3 months, or so yeah, to run like the second half averaging 5:07 pace was really encouraging for me.
Yeah, no, that was a great, honestly great performance. And we were just talking about how, close your outdoor PR was to your performance, and just maybe talk a little bit about, I know you said that you were surprised, but were you surprised when you got that 1:08:58 in maybe in the height of your preparation for the Olympic trials? Or how did the surprises, I guess, differ between what you expected of yourself today and maybe just a few months ago in January?
Yeah, it's interesting. They're almost the exact same time. And really, if you take out some of that time you're waiting for the treadmill to get up to speed in the first mile, it probably is faster. But yeah, my preparation couldn't have been more different for both of those races. So I was not surprised to run that fast at Houston, but I had been doing really like only strength training at that point, getting ready for focusing on the marathon trials. And then this race, I've kind of been doing the opposite, like 5K, 10K work and very little tempo runs or anything, if any. And so, but I think I'm building off of obviously that marathon strength from the winter for sure. So that was in there, I think. But I think one of the common things for both of them was just like having tired legs. Like I was really surprised because I was on vacation with my family in Colorado this last week, like sleeping in a camper and ran 115 miles like in the mountains and had a couple hard workouts in there. And so I was definitely approaching this differently than Houston. Like I was trying to just get in a good solid effort. But it definitely, to be able to run as fast as that was not expected. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's got to definitely give you confidence going forward that, you know, if preparation is a little bit different or, you know, not quote unquote the perfect scenario, you're still able to kind of be ready for rise to the occasion and still put in a really good performance. So congrats on that for sure. And maybe, yeah, maybe you and Mike can both, maybe you can go first and just tell us what's next for you. And then Mike can jump in and tell us where he goes from here.
Yeah, I don't know what's next. That's a good question. I'm really hoping there's a race next, especially after this. I'm like, man. So kind of waiting in TBD on that. I've heard some rumors of maybe some track. I would love to do that if it happens. I have a fall marathon lined up already that I'm really praying will happen. And yeah, just really hoping to go after some of my personal bests this year. But we'll see what opportunities there are. Just try to take advantage of them.
Cool.
I'm supposed to follow Sarah Hall. Our PRs are probably relatively similar, actually. Very. Congratulations, Sarah, by the way.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Yeah, everything's to be determined at the moment. I usually pace at the New Jersey Marathon, and that was postponed until the fall. So I'll probably still hopefully have that on the schedule. We'll see how things go. But yeah, I'd like to get after a good half marathon and marathon, get my PRs down before I get too old. And I have a 2-year-old girl now, so just put her to bed. And so the challenges are definitely mounting up to get out there. But with the pandemic, I've been doing more miles than I have in a long time. So luckily I get to work remotely and I'm stacking on some miles. So whenever the races open back up, I'll be back out there.
And it sounds like you'll be ready for him.
I hope so.
Awesome. Well, congrats on your 50K today. I'm glad you got out there on your muddy course and made it happen, dude. We appreciate you being a part of it.
Thank you, guys. The coverage is great. I'm enjoying every bit of it.
Thanks a lot, dude.
Take care, guys.
You
Have
too.
a good one. Congrats.
Yeah.
And congrats to you too, Sarah.
Thanks. Good to see you.
Thanks for hopping on and talking with us for a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, let's check back in. Our last 2 races going on right now. The Regina Lopez going for that women's 50-mile world record. Again, that's a reset after aiming for the 50K earlier on. We'll see. She's got quite a bit to go here with the distance change plan. We kind of staggered these starts so that people could be finishing around each other. So now that she's adding on another 20 or so miles, I'm not sure whether we'll end up following her to the finish. Hopefully we will. But just so you know, she's about 30 miles into a 50-mile effort there. And then on the men's side, we have Tyler Andrews just passing 29 miles. He is well ahead of what we are assuming to be the 50K treadmill world record. And he, as far as I know, is still on track for the overall world record. I'd like to get some more info on that, but he's still having an amazing day there. Not far behind, in fact, just about a half mile virtually behind him is Max King. He's still well underneath that 50K world record pace as well. So both of those guys having great days, and Mike Wardian also having a great day. He is coming up on a marathon himself. So that's what we got left. These guys going for it.
Yeah, and I think just with all the fast times we're seeing today, it's kind of prompted the question of treadmills being faster than the road or track times, and we have just some information from Alex Hutchinson and Outside Magazine talking a little bit about some of the differences we see on the treadmill versus outside. There's no air resistance, so how that impacts that's going to be one thing that we're looking at. That impacts the performances, and we're seeing that perhaps a lot of runners are reporting that they're able to run about 5 to 10 seconds per mile faster than they would maybe on the roads or the track.
Yeah, I always thought it, without really, looking into it, I always felt like a treadmill was harder. Yeah, but I heard recently this thing about the wind resistance, and it's really obvious if you think about it. If you're running on a treadmill, you're not going to have wind in your face that you would when running outdoors, even on a windless day. So I remember one of the first things that one of my earliest track coaches taught me back when I was a little kid running the 400, that if there was if there was a headwind on the back stretch, then you take it easy back there and run hard on the home stretch, and vice versa. So basically wherever the headwind is, that's where you relax, because the more force you put against the wind, the more resistance you're going to get from it. So I remember learning that as a little kid, and who knew that it would apply in a weird way to a treadmill world record attempt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement that I think treadmill, especially I know we can get into the logistics of pace, but the mental component of being on the treadmill, I think, is huge. So those are factors that I think impact performance. So I am on team treadmill is hard.
Yeah, I'm firmly on your team there.
Then I think we're just also hearing that Regina has never ran for further than a marathon before. So
this is all uncharted territory for her.
Yeah.
So at this point, she's gone 4 miles farther than she's ever gone. The first bit was at a pretty aggressive pace. You got to assume that at this point, she's mostly focusing on nutrition and self-preservation. I know if I was her right now, I'd just be making sure to keep it easy, take in as many calories as possible, stay hydrated. Normally when you go the farthest you've ever gone, you want to start out conservative and make sure you can get there. She started at an aggressive pace, and so this is going to be an extra challenge for her.
Yeah, I think the bar was just set so early. You get excitement from your competitors or from the people you're running with, and I think today has been a big day of people finding motivation, even though they're not with people that they're racing against or racing with. They're still kind of feeling that energy. So I can imagine how it would be hard to kind of start conservatively.
Yeah, and on that note, we should say Regina wants to give a shout out to Renee for her world records that she got just a little while ago. So clearly drawing inspiration from her fellow competitors here.
Yes.
So again, we're mostly focused right now on the impending finish of the men's 50K. Tyler Andrews is about to cross 30 miles. With him going for this overall 50K world record, it's easy to forget that Max King is just a half mile behind him, less than 3 minutes back, cranking away himself. And he is also well under the treadmill 50K world record and running an absolutely amazing time currently. So both of those guys, and not to leave out Mike Wardian, he's one of my favorites, but he's coming up on a marathon himself. So Mike Wardian having a great day too. So these guys are coming up near the end, and it's going to be exciting to see what thresholds they end up coming underneath here.
Yeah, I think it's a race to the finish right now, and also would love to know again what Mike's listening to. But it seems like everyone's cadence has, seemed like pretty consistent just watching. So I think, everyone does look good, and we'll see here in a little bit what looking good, what that turns into time-wise.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing here, I'm just looking at Tyler on that treadmill. He's bobbing a little side to side, but it almost looks like he's sped up the treadmill. I feel like his stride got a little more aggressive. I wonder if that means he sped up or he's just laboring a little more, but you definitely see a little more head bob going on. Wardian's looking like a total robot. And Max King is in the shadows right now, so we can't get much of a view of him. But yeah, there's definitely some action with Tyler right now. He's looking, I think, the appropriate amount of frantic going into the last mile of a 50K world record attempt.
Yes, that is a very good description, and I think we're also seeing some questions a little bit about the event, Chaski Challenge, how the name, how it originated, the motivation behind it, and we're going to try and wait for Tyler to give us the best explanation, because this is his baby, so we want to be sure to give it justice and let him kind of do the explanation behind today.
Yeah, I'm not sure. For those who didn't tune in at the very beginning, it is worth mentioning that Tyler Andrews, who is on pace for a world record here, is also the one organizing this entire event. So this is his project, and it looks like he's going to be one of the winners of the day too. So can't wait to talk to him after this thing wraps up.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. He looks like he's really kind of just trying to pull the ground beneath him, speeding, going to the arms.
Yeah, I'd love to hear some info on his last splitter too here, the last couple miles he's been running. It does look like he's speeding up.
Yeah, we're locking into the times and seeing where I think thanks to Koros, we're able to see that his the 30-mile mark he ran in 5:08. So 1.1 miles to go. We're kind of fortunate enough to be able to have this timing system and track everyone separate but together.
Absolutely. Yeah, so there's miles 29 and 30 were 5:07 and 5:08. He ran a string of 5:12s before that. A little surge to 5:09 to get that marathon record, and then before that he was all about 5:13s. So it looks like he is making a sprint for the finish, and he's got it in his legs to do so. So hopefully, if he was on that overall world record pace before, he might even be that might even be more secure at this point, considering the surge he's putting in now.
Yeah, it looks like maybe he got some information about where he was and what he would need to do in this last stretch to get under the record. But it really looks like he's moving now, and Max as well kind of has that loping stride coming in. I can see the fan blowing in the background, and it still looks like a full house. Maybe Mario and Renee are still there cheering him on.
Okay, so just to remind you that men's world record for 50K overall, not treadmill, from 1988 is 2:43:38. So that's the new time we're looking for Tyler here to come across the line.
Yeah, I think. Looks like he put in just a little bit of separation between him and Max. Tyler's now a little bit over a half mile ahead of Max. And before
Tyler's coming up on the line here. He's aiming for, I believe it was 31.10. And looks like he just hit it.
Here he goes, verifying.
So Tyler has a world record in 2:42.56. So
we need an air horn or something. I feel like we have it.
So that is 42 seconds ahead of the overall world record. So congratulations, Tyler.
Yes, that's got to be the ultimate win of the day. It's holding a successful event and then coming out to compete, not easy.
Wow.
Woof.
We're just watching him get off the treadmill. Looks tough.
I kind of feel bad about how we're just watching.
That's amazing. Cool. So with Max King not far behind him, he's only a minute or so away. Let me check his splits here. Max has been pretty much right on pace the whole time. He's been running 5:16s and 5:15s all day. So, or at least for the last little bit. In fact, he sped up around, it looks like, maybe mile 20, started putting in some faster miles. But yeah, it looks like he's in a good groove now, and he should be coming to the finish here pretty soon.
Yeah, looks like he's got a good support crew around him, cheering him on. And then just a recap from the day we've had so far. We have the women's half marathon world record, Sarah Hall, women's marathon world record, Renee Achiever. We have also, Renee was able to scoop up another 50K world record. She did previously hold the women's half marathon record for 2 hours before Sarah. The men's half marathon world record, John Ranieri, and men's marathon world record holder, which we just saw, Tyler Andrews. And en route to that, he was able to get the 50K world record, and then the men's 100K, which I'm still not conceptualizing, world record holder, Mario Mendoza. So just I think, an incredible day, and still some athletes grinding away.
Here comes Max King to the line. 2:45.46 is Max King's unofficial mark at this point for 50K. So well ahead of what we thought was the world record. Just out leaned by Tyler to get there. But that's 2 guys under the former mark.
Mm-hmm. Incredible. And it looks like that treadmill takes a little bit to slow down, and I'm sure when your legs are done and you want to get off, and that the belt won't slow down, it doesn't help.
That's tough.
Looking like he's gonna be able to walk off and join his crew, who had a remarkable day out there at Bend.
Yeah, Max is about as gutsy of a runner as we have on our side of the sport. There's just legends of what that guy has done. His American record in the 100K in Doha, I think something about the surf. It was like a stone surface the whole time, just flat and hot. And that guy is he's one of the toughest guys we have. So it's cool to see him out here grinding in a different way here.
For sure. No, I competed in Doha last summer, so that heat is no joke, and I think it's a completely different experience being out on the roads than it is in kind of like the insular environment of a track stadium. So that is so definitely not underestimating his strength and willpower today.
So we should have Max and Tyler on here in a few minutes. Tyler's off screen, so we can only assume he's getting prepared for the tough, hard-hitting questions. Max is taking a little stroll. The wily veteran knows to cool down. But we'll be talking to those guys soon. And in the meantime, we'll keep you posted on how Mike Wardian is doing, and as well as Regina Lopez here. So Regina Lopez, for those of you who are tracking it online, Regina is showing up as a finisher right now. The programming of the website, as we put in her splits, it automatically counted her as a finisher once she crossed 50K. So she's going to continue going. That's why she's still running. And we'll post up later how her results go in that 50 miler. So hopefully we can get some info on her splits going forward. But for now, she's going to show up as a finisher, and we'll just have to keep watching her run and use our imagination for her splits.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the Koros timing system that looks like Tyler's record is taking a little bit longer to be verified, but everyone else is on the board as completed finishers and verified world records. So it's pretty special to see that.
Yeah, so every race we had today had a world record set in it, and some of them, in fact, had multiple. So that's pretty outstanding result for the day. Oh, and we do have a mention in the chat room here of the myth. Well, let's not call it a myth, because I believe it too. That one time Max King pinned a race bib to the skin of his chest because he didn't want to wear a shirt in the race. So I have also heard that story. So I think 2 is confirmation. Max King, tough as nails.
Yes. I definitely, that's a story to hold on to. I like it.
Yeah.
And we still have Mike jamming to unknown soundtracks. He is just past the 27-mile mark en route to the men's 50K. So he's still working hard, getting closer to that finish line with every step. And we'll still have him up on the feed with Regina.
It looks like Tyler might be coming in to talk to us pretty soon here, so we will. Man, I really hope that chest tat is temporary.
I was like, do I know Tyler? I don't remember him having a tattoo. But
I think he's got 1 or 2, but I don't think that's the one he has.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty committed to the Chaski thing.
Is Regina still running? Oh my God, what a beast!
We have Tyler. Tyler, can you hear me, brother?
Yo, I'm Brown. What's up, man?
Yo, dude.
Can you hear me?
You're coming through a little choppy, but I think
it's real slow. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It seems like maybe a slow Wi-Fi thing. Anything you can do about that, or you seem clean now? Everything good?
Where's my phone? Yeah, 1 sec. Hang on, we're gonna try a different phone.
Okay.
Here, mute that one, Scotty. Where's my cell phone, guys?
Seems a little loopy at first glance.
Yeah, I think just the computer connection's been tough. My computer didn't work.
Yeah.
So.
I had a tough time getting in here.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Oh, there's Max. He's looking at us.
Swaying over.
Yeah. These guys, they get off this treadmill and their brains aren't working. Max is clearly insane right now. We should give him a few minutes to regroup before
He looks ready to go.
getting him in here.
Looks like he may want.
Oh, he's taking over.
Why is Wardian still running?
Because he's not as fast as you, Max. You know this.
Doesn't matter. Kid's insane, man.
What's he supposed to do? Just cut it out? Nah, man. You know Morty, and he's gonna finish.
Well, he's got to do another 50K.
I think you're probably right. Yeah, he'll do another 50K backwards, I think.
Go Wardian!
Yo, kids, what's good?
All right, we're gonna start with Tyler, I think. Where's Tyler? Is he here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn my camera on. Yo,
there he is.
What's up, guys?
That's quite a
new world record. Okay, Max is hopping in. Tyler, new world record in the marathon on treadmill en route to the 50K. Also, an overall 50K world record. Tell me, did you hear about the confusion we had about some Russian athletes running a faster world record en route? Did you hear about this as you were on that treadmill?
No.
Did that affect you at all?
No, I didn't hear it at all. No. What would happen?
So we had someone commenting on the race, someone in the chat room bring up that sometime I think earlier this year, there were a couple of Russian athletes who on national television ran a treadmill world record for 50K faster than what we had published as the record.
Oh, shoot.
Well, it turns out you beat that too.
Good to know. I was just playing it safe, you know?
Yeah, of course. So walk us through it, man. Tell me how the race went from, I guess, every standpoint, from pacing, nutrition, start wherever you want, man. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so just the plan was to start out a little bit behind. I mean, I knew that I was going to be close to the overall world record time. And again, full disclosure caveat, I recognize that this is not the official world record. I recognize that treadmills are a little bit easier to run on than a road. So all due respect to 2:43:38, that is still definitely the world record. I'm happy to have the world best time on the treadmill. But that was definitely my goal, was to be right around 2:43:38, and I knew that based on just some workouts that I had done, I'd be close to that. And yeah, I just definitely was tired at the end. I had some GI issues in the middle. I don't know how much you guys heard about that on the broadcast, but it was a little ugly there for a bit, but I managed to make it through without having to stop. So that was really big. And I actually felt way better after that. About the last 10 miles or so, I was able to really ramp it up. So that, for me, the name of the game was just be patient, wait till, through the halfway. And I saw I was like, on 2:44 pace or something at halfway, and I really wanted to run 2:42, and I was like, ooh, that's going to be pretty steep last 20K then, but, just was able to bring it down, make up a lot of time in the last 10K and feel really good. Definitely want to give a shout out to Koros, our timing sponsor. They really came through and helping us make this event awesome. All the other sponsors as well. And, Athletic Brewing Company, who put the first 5K on, Chaski, who helped put this whole thing on, and just an incredible team. We've got probably a dozen people working behind the scenes right now. You guys, Chris, Marielle, Scott here, Danny Moreno, Trevor and Josh Cox, who helped put all this together, my parents, just so many people. It's really a huge team effort here. So it's just been an amazing thing to be a part of.
So we saw you coming down to the wire there. It seemed like your form started getting a little more aggressive. It was hard to tell whether you were speeding up or just getting fatigued, but you could see a little more arm action.
A little bit of both. Yeah, it was a little bit of both. I actually not sure if something with the AC started going on or if I just kind of hit a critical threshold of heat, but I started feeling really hot in the last 20 minutes. And the heart rate just started spiking. That's why I got my father to hand me the cold water bottle, and that helped a lot. But I mean, you know how it is. You just hit that red line and you just hope you can hang on. And today was a day I was able to do that and hang on. And, I just was so psyched to be able to do that. It was awesome.
And have you heard much about the performance of the other athletes out there today?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my dad was giving me the updates, so I was super, super psyched to hear all that. I mean, Renee, 3:11, insane. I saw Sarah's time from before, and John 63 or whatever at altitude is just insane. So I'm more than happy to lose that record to him. He absolutely flexed like crazy to earn that. I want to know, what did Max run?
Max ran, I believe it was, Max ran a 2:45:39. So he was right behind you, man. Yeah.
That's insane. Holy
So,
gosh! Wow.
Another thing we were getting a lot of questions about all day is what is Chaski? What does it mean? What does it mean to you? Tell us about it, because the folks know that the new company Chaski is your project that you put this thing on with a lot of help, but this all starts with you. So tell us what it's about.
Yeah, so the word Chaski comes from the Andean native language of Quechua, and it's a really cool linguistic word because it's both a noun that means runner messenger. So the Incan Empire was held together by this network of basically relay runners who were able to disseminate messages across this super mountainous landscape so that they were able to have a really robust communication network. So they were the Chaskis. They were kind of the OG trail runners like 600 years ago running through the Andes and you know, keeping these big cities in touch with each other. But it's also a verb, which basically means to share knowledge because that's what they were doing. So it's this really cool kind of double meaning of both, you know, trail runner, ultra runner, mountain runner, basically just overall badass. And then this idea of sharing and interchanging knowledge between people and parties that are, you know, would otherwise be disconnected. So that's where the word comes from. Chaski, you know, we try to embody that. So Chaski, we like to say we're kind of reinventing online coaching. And that's what we've been trying to do. And like you said, you know, I don't like to think of it as my thing. It's very much our thing. You know, we started this company as a group of people. So there's, I think, almost 20 of us on staff now. And the idea is to come at coaching as a collaborative process from a very diverse group of athletes. And in that, we're able to serve people better because, you know, we can, all of our minds together are going to be way stronger than, you know, the sum of our individual parts. So, you know, we have people like Chris on staff and, you know, also people who are superstars on the track. So we have this huge range of knowledge and experience. And that's really what we've been trying to harness and take advantage of is that diversity of opinion and background. And even an event like this, you know, this was an event that we put on. And again, it was like, it's very much not my event. I don't want it to come off like that. It's our event. We have this huge team behind it. Every single person on our team contributed to this event. And people outside of our team, you know, like Marielle, she was fantastically helpful and volunteering to come on board as a commentator, and, you know, all the other athletes. I think I'm the only Chaski athlete in the field overall. So it's just been a tremendous project to be a part of. You know, I had a pretty rough start to the year. I won't really go into it, but to be able to have this sense of community and just connection with other people, with other athletes, has just been huge for me. And I hope that we're able to do something really special amongst us, and, you know, for all the athletes that we work with. And part of that is coaching, and part of it is just putting on awesome events like this and trying to be innovative in the way that we approach things. And I hope that there are many, many more events like this in the future.
Yeah. So with that in mind, what's coming up next for you, for the group? What do you got planned?
Right now, probably an off day. But no, we're gonna have some awesome stuff coming up later in the summer. We're definitely gonna have a Chaski Challenge Part 2. It's gonna probably be in September. So keep an eye out for that. It's gonna be even better. You know, partly because we'll have so much more time to plan it. This event really came together about in the last 2 weeks, which is pretty incredible now that we think about it. But we've just so psyched with how huge this has grown and how well people have received it. So just eternally grateful for everybody there. And yeah, we'll definitely have another big event coming up in the fall, depending on, you know, what's allowed at that point in terms of races and other events. Again, we're trying to be creative. We're trying to think outside the box and think within the confines of the current day and age. But we're going to have something awesome, and hopefully it'll be, yeah, even bigger and more successful than today.
Well, right on, man. Congratulations on the record. We really appreciate all that you put into this event, and really stoked for you.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks so much for all your help. Thank you, Marielle. You guys are the best.
Anything else, any other shout outs you want to give before we get over to Max King to talk about some of the myths surrounding him and his past heroic
Yeah,
exploits.
just thanks to everybody. Thanks Hoka, my title sponsor. Thanks Noon. Thanks Koros. Thanks Josh Cox. You guys are all the best. Thanks to every single person who helped out in some way. Everybody who tuned in. Everybody who ran. Shout out to Ghost Express. If you guys haven't clicked on their link, go check out ghost.express. Send your friends a ghost. They're our number one sponsor. Check them out. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Thanks, Dad.
Congratulations.
All right, so we're gonna get Max King up here soon. He's muted right now.
I'm
Oh, he's
unmuted.
back. There he is. So before we talk about today, Max, we got to address a long-standing legend about a particular race bib.
Oh, not
tell me
this
about
one. Again.
Well, I guess it's a simple true or false.
Yeah, it might be true.
Yeah,
it's a rumor that I can neither confirm nor deny.
Couple beers involved, maybe.
No, none. Zero beers.
Oh,
I didn't drop in college, so there was no beer involved.
Wow. Well, I'm not sure if that's worse or better, but it's impressive
I don't
nonetheless.
know either. I did a lot of stupid stuff in college with no beer.
All right. Well, I want to talk about today, but I want to talk about, you're known as a really versatile runner. What's up with the treadmill? Is this something you've wanted to do? Do you have a favorite event at this point? What's making you do all this crazy different stuff?
I do all this stuff because I love running. I mean, it's pretty simple as that, but all right, easy question. Like my favorite event, discipline, whatever you want to call it, is definitely cross country. I mean, I love like running over wild land as fast as I can. So cross country is like far and above like my favorite thing to do. But treadmill running is way down at the bottom of that list. However, I mean, it's still up there to where, it's better than like getting my fingernails pulled out. So like it's still running. And so I still like it. And when somebody like calls you up like 2 weeks ahead of an event and says, hey, we need you to do something. I don't know if I'm quite to the level of Mike Wardian-ish, but I'll usually do it if somebody asks me to do something. And that's basically what happened here is, Tyler called me up 2 weeks ago and said, hey, you want to do this event? And I'm like, okay, sure.
Yeah, I was noticing that there seemed to be a certain quality of athlete in this event, and it seems to be the type who just say yes to that phone call. I wouldn't exactly say that.
I mean, you have to realize, like, okay, I ran like a 2:20 marathon there, which, I think that's pretty good. But obviously, we're like 20 minutes off of the real world record. So it takes a certain type of person to say yes to this sort of thing. And it's like, yeah.
Yeah. And there's also, I think for I would say, dare I say, folks like us, there's something compelling about being involved, pursuing something that is this uncomfortable, there's something, we kind of sign ourselves up for that sort of thing.
Yeah. Mentally mind numbing, suffering. Yeah.
In a way that becomes appealing. Unfortunately, if only we would only run our favorite events all the time.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's no events right now. So, I mean, that was part of the motivation. It's like, just run something. And, with everything that's going on right now, like coming into this week, I had a really hard time, like, just getting the word out about this and figuring out the reason why we were doing this, and having a reason. Any other week, of the year, it's like, oh, it's cool, we're doing an event. But right now it really, I don't know, just doing an event kind of doesn't feel quite right now. And so that's why, we kind of came up with this idea here just within the Bend athletes of doing a running camp that's going to pull athletes from around our Central Oregon area together. Like, we have a really diverse kind of group of people in Central Oregon. We have an Indian reservation up to the north that we have some Native American runners on that are awesome kids. We have Madras that has a big Latino community that's kind of impoverished. We have, disadvantaged athletes in Bend as well, even though there's a lot of money in Bend. And so, like, that's why, like, we really found, like, for me at least, I found that passion and that reason to go forward with this event and not scratch it. and say, oh, I'm not going to do it right now because of everything going on. It's like, well, now I have this big reason to do it, and I want to do it in order to raise some money and to be able to put this running camp on that's going to bring all these kids together and bridge those gaps in our community. And so that gave me a really big renewed sense of purpose for this, which basically is what got me through just doing that. So
yeah,
really cool.
Renee and Mario both had really similar things to say about it. They were both really driven by the community outreach part of it that you guys brought to this, and then also, you know, having each other there, heading towards the same goal. I think it was cool to see you guys drawing strength from each other.
Yeah, I was really struggling with, like, you know, just kind of what we were doing this for and the motivation behind it. And then all of a sudden, like, we had that idea this week, and all of a sudden I'm like, yes, like, that is now my purpose. That is what I want to do. That is going to be awesome to be able to do that and bridge those community gaps and stuff. And so, like, yeah, so all of a sudden I'm like psyched on this event and really wanted to go for it today. So that was cool.
Well, so how'd it go? Tell us about it.
Oof, man. Actually, I mean, for me, like, it went really well. Like, I'm super happy with that. I knew that Tyler was like right ahead of me the whole time. And probably at about half marathon or so, I'm like, yeah, unless he blows up, I'm not going to catch him. And he was like running really strong. I was getting updates from Chris and Mario and stuff. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going for this for, you know, those kids and myself, and just to see what I can do today. I'm going to fight hard and work as hard as I can, all the way through to the end. If I blow up, I blow up, whatever. But I felt, you know, honestly, like, really good. And I kept like feeling stronger and stronger, and I kept turning up the speed, getting a little bit faster. And toward the end, trying to calculate out, like, okay, where am I going to be at? And I was like right around 246. I'm like, I got to get under 246 so I can say, like, you know, I ran at 245. And so I just kept like turning it up over the last about 2 miles or so, just to get under that time, and just kept feeling stronger and stronger. And it went really well. I'm psyched. And, you know, I don't know, like, I hit both those world records, the marathon and the 50K world record. I just behind Ty, but, you know, whatever. Like, it's still cool. It's still like huge accomplishment for me, and I feel good about that. And I gave it everything I had, so it was awesome.
So, treadmill caveat included, is this your 50K PR?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've only run, I ran 308 in a trail 50K, but I've never run one on a road, and except for en route to 100K. And I think I ran, I don't know, like a 6 or a 310 probably in that or something like that. So yeah, by far.
So was anything different about this in terms of how it felt compared to, you know, a trail race, or just in terms of strategy, nutrition, anything unexpected that came up that you weren't used to?
You know, like, I've run that 100K on the road. I would say it was really similar to that feeling of, like, you're just kind of clicking off those miles, and you're just locked into a pace. You can eat and drink basically whenever you want. That 100K was on a 5K loop, so, you know, it was just about as mind numbing as this was. And so it felt like, you know, you just kind of lock into that pace, whatever's comfortable, and just try to work from there, and just work off of where you're at currently. And then the hard thing, I think, is projecting out how you're going to be, like, you know, 10 miles down the road. The treadmill makes it, I don't know if it makes it easier, but it definitely makes it different than having to run under your own power, because it's just moving and all you got to do is pick up your feet. But at the same time, it's totally mind numbing. So you still have to stay engaged. You still have to stay motivated and keep that mental strength going. It just is, I don't know, it's just different, but, you know, it's still hard. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, we could see that. You're saying this as Mario's like stumbling along behind you. Like, it's clearly hard. We got that part of it.
I can't believe he ran 100K on the treadmill today. That's nutty.
It's I was, you know, we should have called up Zach Bitter and you know, had him call you guys all wimps.
If he hadn't just done that 100-miler, man, he should be doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, great, Max. Thanks for talking with us. And congrats on what would have been a couple world records.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's kind of, you know, it's like at this, like, while you're motivated and you know what you're hitting, the times that you're hitting are good, you're like just a little disheartened that somebody just did it like 2 minutes ago. You're like, oh, dang it. 2 minutes ago, somebody hit that same time. Like, That's all right. It's cool. Like, huge thanks to Tyler for putting this whole thing on and, getting us involved and giving us a sense of purpose to pull something like this off. And, I think he created an amazing event, putting all this together. I could tell like he was working nonstop to pull this together. And thanks to you guys for being on this and helping him and making this event what it is. So thank you guys.
Well, I think you helped make it what it was too. So we appreciate you as well.
Yeah, thanks.
So Mike Wardian's just crossing 31 miles. We're going to go catch his finish and you go get some rest.
Thanks, man. Go Mike.
Thanks, Max.
Good work today.
Go Wardian. Hey guys, I just wanted to give one more shout out. I'm super freaking brain dead, obviously, and forgot maybe one of the most critical people to the success of this event, and that's Brett Van Dorn. So Brett was the guy behind this entire interactive live experience that you guys are seeing. He's been our problem solver on the website. He has designed and built this entire incredible back-end race tracker. Just an absolutely amazing experience. Originally this was going to be like me and Scott messing around in MATLAB to try and figure this out. And it was going to be a lot uglier and a lot less interesting for the viewer. So I cannot thank him enough. And apologies for leaving him off of my laundry list of thank yous before, but I can't believe I forgot him. He has been seriously like up until 1 o'clock in the morning, a bunch of nights recently, just helping out and being a huge part of this event. And again, I think one of the things we really wanted to do here was have an event that was fun for the viewer to be able to interact with. And for people to be able to follow the race easily, whether the stream was working perfectly or not. And, Brett created a just unbelievably cool system, just visually amazing and easy to interact with. And yeah, just super, really, really beautiful back end here. So thank you so much to him. Yearinrunning.com, that's his website. That's his social handle. Check him out. He's got some incredibly cool running web development stuff out there. So huge thank you to Brett, and we will definitely hope to continue working together in the future. And I'm sure we'll have more awesome projects to look forward to.
With that said, Mike Wardian has crossed the finish line. 3:13:26, Mike Wardian's 50K. We're still waiting to see whether he decides to go on a run outside or farther on the treadmill. We'll see what happens there. But congrats to Mike Wardian, our third and final men's 50K finisher, in maybe the fastest last place time in the history of the 50K distance, 3:13:19. So we're going to talk to him soon. And also, we have Regina still going. I know her result says that she's finished, but she's going to continue on to the 50-mile distance. So she's still going. We're going to try to get some updates on her as we wait for Mike Wardian. So just to recap here, a day full of records. Every event had a world record. And I think we should follow Tyler's lead here and call those world bests. I'm not sure exactly how the verification is going to go on these things, but I don't think these will quite be processed as equivalents to road or track records. But just to go through them again, John Ranieri, 103.08 in the half. Tyler Andrews, 242.51 in the 50K. Renee ran a 3:11.38. And then Sarah Hall ran a 109.03. And don't forget, Mario Mendoza in the 100K with a 6:39.25. So every event in the day resulted in a world record on the treadmill. So pretty successful day overall. And now we're just waiting for Mike Wardian to come tell us about his experience on the treadmill and answer the question that's been on everybody's mind. What was he listening to?
Yes, I'm so
Find
curious.
out next. There he is.
He's making us wait for it, but he can do that.
Yeah, he sure can. Let's see if we can find some updates on that. Okay, so currently Regina is at 34 miles. So she is well on her way to.
Hey guys.
Hey, there's Mike Wardian.
Wow.
How are you, buddy?
Close.
What?
And I'm glad that wasn't close.
Yeah. Well, how are you? Tell us about the experience.
Oh, it's great, man. The Formula Run Center really crushed, letting me set up here, and the treadmills were fantastic. Had good support. Ryan and Jenna and Chris were awesome, and my wife Jennifer was here, and then we had a big crowd outside cheering us on, and yeah, I just didn't feel good the whole time, but yeah, that happens. And
wow.
Yeah, I'm glad Tyler and Max just crushed me, so I didn't feel so bad like getting steamrolled.
Well, what is it? 313, 314. That's nothing to scoff at. So, congratulations on that.
Yeah, I'll take it, man. Based on that was just that was a rough day at the office, but it was a fun event. You guys did a good job. It was really fun to get to look up and see how many miles I was down and feel like, okay, at least we're not on a track and they're passing me in real life. Like,
yeah, that could be a little demoralizing. So where did this fall in a training block for you? Did it swap out for something you weren't able to do? Are you building for something big near the end of the year? Tell us about it.
Yeah, I was supposed to be doing comrades next week. Last weekend I ran 59 miles, almost 60 miles, doing all the boundary stones of Washington, D.C., which is kind of a famous route here, the first person ever to do that. So, I was wondering how I was going to feel after that, and yeah, I definitely felt it.
So what are you gearing up for coming up for the rest of the year?
Well, I was planning to run across the country. That was my big thing this year, and try to set the world record and try to go after Pete's record of 42 days. So I think that's probably going to have to hold until 2021, just based on what's going on. Hopefully I'll get to do some Spartan Trail stuff. I've got a couple big runs. I'm going to run the length of Delaware coming up in a couple weeks, July 4th probably. That's around 100 and some miles. And then next week I'm going to run to all the district tacos here in DC. That'll be like 60 some miles. There's like 11 stores, and try to have a taco at each place. Going to run to the beach and maybe kayak the Chesapeake Bay. So that'll be like 120 some miles. And then I got a bunch of virtual races, running across the country. I got a big team doing that. So we'll kind of parallel the route that Pete's done. And I got picked to do, I think you might have got picked for it too, to do the race in Bhutan, the snowman race.
Yeah.
So that happened. I mean, I don't know if it will or not, but that'll be pretty cool to help raise awareness for climate change. Yeah. And then I don't know, man, I'm always open for stuff. So when stuff starts opening up, maybe I can get to some races, but right now I'm just kind of doing everything I can to stay active and doing big things every weekend. And this was another one of those experiences, and it was fun to kind of share the day with so many awesome people and just get to see like records getting smashed and people like having big days. And that was fun to see and good to be a part of.
It shouldn't surprise anyone who knows you to hear that you have that many things going on. But it's always exciting to hear what you've been up to and what you're going to be doing next. So glad to hear you're staying busy.
Yeah, no, it's been fun, man. And I'm trying to get stronger. So maybe do some of the stuff that you do with like the OCR longer stuff. And, that's kind of cool. It's like try to get that upper body strength and just like get a little bit all around stronger. So been doing some CrossFit.
Yeah. I hear you were working on learning how to do a pull-up.
Dude, pull-ups and push-ups, man. Yeah, like every minute on the minute. AMRAP, what is it? As many rounds as possible, AMRAP or AMSAP or something like that. Yeah. So,
yeah. Well, we were getting just so you know, we were getting a lot of support for you in the chat room along the live stream today. So you were definitely a fan favorite.
Cool. We had a big group of people, nice and socially distanced, standing outside cheering us on, and we were able to open the doors the last little mile to cheer with those people, and they got to watch the struggle bus in real life. So that was fun.
Well, cool, man. Well, always a fan favorite. We're glad you're a part of this. Yeah, we really appreciate your involvement, and you know, bummer you didn't have a sub 3 day, but you know, always a good day if you're competing.
Like 2 miles behind Tyler and Matt, so it would have, it's no big deal. It was fun.
Awesome, man. Well, we're glad you were here. We appreciate you being involved.
Thanks, guys. It was awesome. Thanks very much, everyone. See you out there. Good job.
All right. Well, Marielle, where are we at?
That's awesome. I think we were gonna try and catch up with Gina and see where she was before just giving a final congratulations to all the competitors in the open race and elite field. And just be mindful that we do still have another athlete that is going to be going for a little bit more, and that you'll be able to track her, I think, through Twitter, and I'm not exactly sure, or yes, we'll be able to follow along with her through tweet and on the blog.
Great.
So maybe.
All right, yeah, let's see if there's any more information we want to get out to you folks here as we're waiting to hear. All right, folks, so we are just about done for the evening. Again, we're going to have some more updates on Regina Lopez, who's going for and presumably going to get a new mark, a new world record in the 50-mile distance on the treadmill. But before we go, we want to thank sponsors for the event. Koros, our timing sponsor, Athletic Brewing Company, who I know a couple of our athletes got some bonus packages from them. We also want to thank Hoka, One, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Alta Andina, Formula Running Center, Inside Tracker, just a few more here, folks. Ghost Express, Strive Trips, that's also a Tyler Andrews company, Goo Energy, and then Noon. Yes, it was a huge team effort to put this thing on, and we couldn't have done it without support from all those groups and from all the people you've seen and heard from here on this live stream. Last bit of info before we go, Regina Lopez. 35 miles. We're going to post her results on Twitter, so check it out there.
Awesome.
All right, Marielle, it's been a pleasure hosting with you.
Yeah. Thank you for joining me in the assist today. Wouldn't have been possible without you. And yeah, just can't say it enough. Congratulations to everyone in the open and in the elite fields. A lot of things that I have never seen before, a lot of things I've never heard about before. So it's been exciting to just be enthralled in a different type of running world today. So just big congratulations to everyone.
I think you said it all.
Cool.
All right.